Chapter 442. Even though half a month's time was not long, it should not be wasted either. While waiting for the formation of the revival platform to be rebuilt, Ning Fan stabilized his devil marks. In his free time, he would study the Devil Codex of the Six-Winged Clan. Similar to the Demon Codex, the Devil Codex was also an encyclopedic explanation of cultivation. It recorded the detailed history of the devil race. Other than the Gu Tuo language, there were also several other languages of the devil race. It would be a waste not to learn them. Thus, Ning Fan learned all the languages of the devil race one by one. Similar to the languages of the demon race, the languages of the devil race also had special uses. The devil mark engraving technique was similar to the spirit augmentation technique of the demon race. Every language of the devil race was actually a simplified version of the devil marks. Furthermore, every single devil mark was derived from the ancient devil talisman. According to Ning Fan's understanding, the devil race had lost their devil blood. Thus, they could no longer cultivate their devil blood. Their physical bodies were greatly weakened and they no longer had the body refinement talent that was 100 times better than the other races. The devil mark engraving technique was actually created by powerful beings to make up for the weakening of the physical bodies of the devil race. Just like the spirit augmentation technique, it was created to make up for the loss of the spirit of the demon race. Ning Fan could not help but sigh. In the current era, the demon race had lost their spirit, while the devil race had lost their blood. In this world, perhaps only Ning Fan alone possessed the spirit of the Fu Li race and the blood of Mo Luo race. If he obtains the heart of the divine race, Ning Fan's innate talent would probably be considered as monstrous even in the ancient era when all the fiend gods and devils were born. Spirit is the ability to borrow the power of heaven and earth. Blood is an unparalleled body refinement talent. What does heart refer to? Ning Fan closed his eyes and listened to his heartbeat. His breathing was slow and long. However, he understood that the so-called heart certainly did not mean what it meant on the surface. Perhaps, he would be able to find the answer in the future. In the Six-Winged Clan, there were many body refinement experts' comprehensions. Ning Fan browsed through their comprehensions one by one and compared them with his own body refinement Tao, benefiting him greatly. Ever since Ning Fan copied the books of the Six-Winged Clan, Fan Qi had visited him 4 times. Each time, she would give him some devil pills which were Xian Yi's thanks. Ning Fan had obtained quite a number of pill recipes of the devil race from Lu Yi's library. However, this was his first time observing the pills of the devil race at such a close distance. The elixirs of the demon race were not much different from those of the human race, but the elixirs of the demon race were different from those of the human race and demon race. The pills of the devil race were at least twice as effective as the pills of the human race and the demon race. However, because of the overbearing medicinal power, the side effects of the devil pill were not small. If the physical body of the person who consumed the devil pill was not strong, after consuming the devil pill, they might even be seriously injured by the backlash of the medicinal power. In fact, Ning Fan could understand the overbearing medicinal power of the devil pill. The devil race was born to be good at body tempering, and their bodies were far stronger than the cultivators of the human race and demon race. Among the cultivators of the same level, only the wild beasts of the demon race could match the devil race's bodies. It was naturally not strange for a devil clan with a powerful fleshly body to consume a devil pill with even stronger medicinal strength. The concoction technique of the devil pill was completely different from the 2 great pill techniques of the 9 revolutions of river wheel and the 3 pure ones pill condensation. It was called 5 opposing blood incineration. According to the Devil Codex, it was created by a great expert of the devil race in the later generations. This pill concoction technique was specially used to concoct devil pills. During the era of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos, there were only 2 types of Tao of pill in the world, the river path and the 3 pure ones. However, in the later generations, there were peerless geniuses who appeared out of nowhere in every generation, adding many new Tao of Pill. This Tao of burning blood was one of them. In the past, Ning Fan only learned about the world from the memories of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. He did not know much about the concepts that appeared in the later generations. Now that he had the chance to learn more about the Tao of burning blood, he naturally would not miss it. The Six-Winged Clan did not have any inheritance of the Tao of burning blood. There were only a few pill concoction techniques of the Tao of burning blood. Even so, Ning Fan's pill refinement mastery improved significantly after mastering a few types of devil pill concoction techniques. When he was on the Divine Space Island, Ning Fan's medicine soul had already advanced and his pill concoction technique had broken through to the high-grade 5th revolution. Today, he had cultivated the 3 great Tao of Pill, namely the River Path, the 3 Pure Ones and the Tao of Burning Blood. His pill concoction technique was now slightly stronger than some high-grade 5th revolution pill masters of the older generations. The devil pills that Fan Chi had given Ning Fan were mostly pills that could refine one's body and bones. The highest grade of them was only at the low-grade 5th revolution. Among these devil pills, there was even the high-grade 4th revolution pill, the devil bone pill that Su Russian had given Ning Fan in the past. Among these devil pills, the strongest one that could refine one's body was none other than the low-grade 5th revolution jade bone pill. After consuming so many devil pills, Ning Fan's devil marks had become more stable and his physical body had also improved a little. However, he was not satisfied with these devil pills. The Six-Winged Clan only had the pill recipes for devil pills, but they did not have any qualified pill refinement masters who could concoct higher-grade devil pills. The only few low-grade 5th revolution devil pills they had were left behind by a 5th revolution pill master of the clan. Ning Fan emptied the medicine warehouse of the Six-Winged Clan. He decided to concoct devil pills himself. Among the pill recipes of the Six-Winged Clan that he obtained, there was a type of devil pill that could refine one's body. It was a high-grade 5th revolution pill called the Revered Devil Pill. Ning Fan attached great importance to it. If a body cultivator at the peak of the Jade Life Realm consumes a Revered Devil Pill, their chances of attaining the Golden Body Realm would increase by at least 15%. Even for body cultivators at the first or second level of the Golden Body Realm, consuming a Revered Devil Pill could greatly improve the realm of their physical body. A single Revered Devil Pill could directly open up a golden orifice for a body cultivator at the Golden Body Realm. What was a golden orifice? The lowest level of body refinement realm was the 9 heavenly layers of Silver Light realm. Only when 9 heavenly layers of silver light entered one's bones could one be considered as a body cultivator at the Silver Bone realm. A body cultivator at the Silver Bone realm could fight against a nascent soul realm cultivator. After the Silver Bone realm was the Jade Life realm. A body cultivator at the Jade Life realm could fight against a Divine Transformation realm cultivator. After the Jade Life realm was the Golden Body realm. The Golden Body realm was also divided into 4 levels. The reason why the Golden Body realm was stronger than the Jade Life realm was because the cultivator had cultivated the golden orifice which could contain golden blood. The golden orifice was a special acupoint that was different from the meridians and immortal veins. A golden orifice could contain a drop of golden blood. A body cultivator at the Jade Life realm could only break through to the Golden Body realm after refining 100 golden orifice and having 100 drops of golden blood. After his devil marks advanced by 1/4, 25 golden orifices were opened in his right arm, allowing him to condense 25 drops of golden blood. That was why he was able to produce tens of thousands of rays of golden light when he swung his fist. When the number of golden orifices in the body reached 300, one could break through to the second realm. After opening 1,000 golden orifices, one could break through to the third realm. When the number of golden orifices reached 2,000, one could break through to the fourth realm. If he wanted to reach the peak of the Golden Body realm and break through to the next major realm, he would need to open 3,600 golden orifices. Only then would a metal body cultivator have the chance to enter the Nirvana realm and become a Nirvana body cultivator of the first Nirvana realm. A Nirvana realm body cultivator whose strength was comparable to an old monster at the first heavenly layer of the void fragmentation realm. With the pill recipe of the revered devil pill, it would be much easier for him to attain the golden body refining realm or to continue improving after attaining the golden body refining realm. The only pity was that the demon supreme pill required a few main ingredients, so he couldn't refine them immediately. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. The rumor of the decline of the six-winged clan had spread all over the endless sea. Many people had started to spy on the six-winged clan. Even the experts of the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan had come here with the intention of taking over the six-winged clan. Fortunately, they were not strong and there were no void refinement realm old monsters among them. Moreover, Yu Lingkong and Ning Fan were still guarding the six-winged clan. Even the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan had to be wary of them. Thus, they did not attack the six-winged clan for the time being. The female corpse stayed together with Yu Lingkong. Her spiritual intelligence was enough to protect herself from being bullied by others. She seemed to know that her sea of consciousness could recover a lot. Recently, she often showed a joyful expression. Whenever she was happy, she would want to bite Ning Fan twice and leave a row of shallow teeth marks on his body. She was reluctant to hurt him. She even knew how to help Ning Fan gather some information. The news about the Lan Ling sect seizing the slate of the six-winged clan was told to him intermittently by the female corpse. On that day, Ning Fan handed over the useless slate to them, causing Prince Lan Ling and the two great devil clans to fight against each other. After a fierce battle, the three great forces suffered heavy casualties. In the end, the slate fell into Prince Lan Ling's hands. This incident made the two great devil clans furious. Their fight for the slate of the six-winged clan was a fight within the devil clan. It was not considered as the fertile water flowing into the fields of outsiders. To the two clans, it was a great humiliation for them to be publicly betrayed by the Lan Ling sect, a profound orthodox sect. The two clans were secretly planning how to seize the slate from Prince Lan Ling's hands. Of course, it was unknown whether the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan were also secretly planning to seize each other's slate. It was precisely because the two great devil clans were focused on seizing the slate that they could not care less about the six-winged clan. That was why they were not in a hurry to annex the six-winged clan and allowed it to live. On that day, Yu Lingkong could see that Ning Fan intended to seize the devil statue slate. However, the slate was taken away by Prince Lan Ling in the end. She comforted Ning Fan. However, when she saw that Ning Fan did not seem upset, she finally felt relieved. She was afraid that Ning Fan would do something rash because of his anger. What she did not know was that Ning Fan had already read all the words on the slate and absorbed all of its devil chi. The reason why Ning Fan did not tell her about the secret of the slate was because it involved too many secrets. The secret of blood was a great secret of this world. If it is leaked out, it was unknown how many true immortals would be interested in it. The more he knew, the more danger he would face. The reason why he did not tell Yu Lingkong about it was for her safety. The last layer of formation on the revival platform was finally repaired. After Xian Yi had stabilized his injuries, he purposely came out from his seclusion and personally brought Ning Fan and the others to the revival platform. It was a 10,000 zhang tall platform that was built with huge silver stones. It was located in the deepest forbidden area of the six-winged clan. It was completely isolated from the seawater. The 10,000 zhang silver platform had a circumference of 100,000 li. It was isolated from all outsiders by hundreds of layers of formation light. On the 10,000 zhang silver platform, there was a 10,000 zhang silver pagoda. The pagoda was divided into 7 floors and it emitted a strong healing power. This pagoda was called the Buddha Revival Pagoda. It was the key item for the revival platform to heal injuries. The bottom of the 10,000 zhang silver platform was engraved with the blood runes of the devil race. Countless blood sacrifices and devil statues were placed there. This time, the revival platform was only opened for Ning Fan alone. Even the injured members of the Six-Winged Clan were not allowed to enter. After all, Ning Fan was the one who was borrowing the revival platform this time. Ning Fan wanted to heal the female corpse's sea of consciousness. Xian Yi could tell how important the female corpse was to Ning Fan. He was afraid that one more person entering the revival platform would lower the healing effect of the revival platform and infuriate Ning Fan. The injuries of the clan members could be slowly healed in the future. If they anger Ning Fan now, the destruction of the Six-Winged Clan would only be a matter of seconds. This 10,000-foot-tall silver platform is the revival platform. The silver pagoda above it is called the Buddha Reincarnation Pagoda. When my six-winged race was at its peak, one of our ancestors had some friendship with the Western Heavens Kunlun Realm's Jade Lake Holy Daughter. As a result, he received a Buddha Reincarnation Pagoda, which is a silver pagoda. The tower was divided into 7 floors. The first floor was for Vein Opening Realm cultivators, the 7th floor was for Void Fragmentation Realm cultivators, and so on. The healing power of each floor was as different as heaven and earth. With fellow Daoist strength, you should be able to enter the 5th floor without a problem. However, your wife's cultivation base is only at the deity transformation stage. If she were to enter the 5th floor rashly, she would not be able to withstand the healing power and it would affect her recovery. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Daoist. Ning Fan gazed at the Buddha Revival Pagoda from afar and fell into deep thought. This Buddha's Resurrection Pagoda was similar to the Lost World Pagoda of the Penglai Celestial Island, and they were both at the silver grade. The Lost World Palace was the #1 force in the northern sky. It was famous for its Lost World Tower, which provided time for cultivation. Kunlun Jade Lake was the #1 force in the western heaven. It was famous for its Buddha Tower, which could provide healing for cultivators. Wasn't Kunlun Jade Lake the force that Si Wuxia belonged to? Si Wuxia's true self was the Jade Lake Holy Daughter, an existence on the same level as the little demoness of the Godly Void Pavilion, Bei Xiaoman of the Lost World Palace and Tan Tai Weiyu of the Purple Mansion Academy. In the past, Ning Fan was young and frivolous. In order to save his younger brother, he destroyed the Heaven Beast sect, captured Si Wuxia and erased her memory. Thinking about it now, the way he treated Si Wuxia at that time seemed to be a little cruel. Si Wuxia only said some harsh words. The one who captured Ninggu was just an elder of the Heaven Beast sect. It was not Si Wuxia's original intention. At that time, Ning Fan did not understand why he would be soft-hearted toward Si Wuxia and let her go. At that time, Ning Fan did not know why he believed that Si Wuxia would not hurt Jihe. Today, he had already found the answer. However, this answer made him feel a little heartache. At that time, Ning Fan did not know Si Wuxia's identity. That was why he was so cruel to her and even erased her memory. Sisi, Ning Fan was soft-hearted towards Si Wuxia. It was not because of Si Wuxia's identity as the Jade Lake Saintess, nor was it because of Sisi. It was because of her other identity. With that identity, even if Si Wuxia committed a grave mistake and offended the entire world, Ning Fan would still protect her. Si Wuxia had that identity. She split her consciousness and sneaked into the lower world with a very simple purpose. She came to find Jihe. She came to protect Jihe. That was why she would never hurt Jihe. Never. However, Ning Fan had hurt Si Wuxia. Light. The cold hands of the female corpse held Ning Fan. She could see Ning Fan's heartache. She wanted to comfort him. Wei Yang, do you know that I have already found all of your 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls? However, I can't let your soul return to your body. Even if I can heal your sea of consciousness, I can't let you have a soul. For the rest of your life, you might just be a corpse devil. Jihe, Xiaohuan and little Wei Yang of the Demon Sinister Forest. They are your 3 spiritual souls. As for Sisi, she is your Ning Fan did not say anything else. His mouth was covered by the female corpse's hands. Light. I am fine, I really like Xiao Huan very much, let's go. She took the initiative to hold Ning Fan's hand and leaped into the sky, flying towards the silver platform. She was no longer a foolish female corpse. She had gained a lot of spiritual intelligence. She knew how to comfort people. You err. Ning Fan looked at Yu Lingkong, trying to tell her something. Yu Lingkong was very smart. She knew what Ning Fan wanted to say. There was no need for him to remind her at all. Don't worry. You go and heal Wei Yang. I will protect you. With me around, no one will dare to disturb you. Yu Lingkong's domineering eyes swept across the members of the six-winged clan and said with a threatening tone. With her strength that was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts, she could directly kill anyone who dares to disturb Ning Fan while he was outside the formation. When Yu Lingkong's gaze swept across them, each of the members of the six-winged clan immediately kept quiet out of fear. None of them dared to have any malicious intent towards Ning Fan. They had witnessed Yu Lingkong's formidable strength. She fought against 4 Void Glimpse stage experts and 2 illusory Void stage experts at the same time. At that time, if it wasn't for Prince Lon Ling's arrival that interrupted the battle, Yu Lingkong would definitely be able to kill the 4 of them. Pass down my order. Before Venerated Ming leaves the Silver Tower, none of the members of the Six-Winged Clan are allowed to come within 10,000 li of the revival platform. Those who disobey my order will be beheaded. The cultivation bases of their relatives will be crippled and they will be expelled from the clan. As soon as Xian Yi gave his order, no one dared to provoke Ning Fan anymore. Each of the members of the Six-Winged Clan did not even dare to breathe loudly. With Xian Yi's death order, no one dared to provoke Ning Fan anymore. You err, I will leave these 4 spiritual puppets for you to protect yourself. Ning Fan patted his storage pouch and took out 4 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets. All of them were placed beside Yu Lingkong. Only then could he heal the female corpse with peace of mind. The 4 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets stood behind Yu Lingkong. Their killing intent was dense and their aura force was terrifying. With a formidable Yu Lingkong and 4 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets, even a Void Inquiry stage old monster would not dare to cause any trouble. It would be very safe for him to heal the female corpse this time. With a single step, they landed on the revival platform. The female corpse still wanted to hold Ning Fan's hand and walk with him. However, Ning Fan turned around and pulled her into his embrace. Light, Wei Yang, don't worry. I will definitely heal you. I definitely will. If this Buddha Tower is not enough to heal you, I will bring you to the Western Paradise, to the Kunlun Jade Pool. I will use the best Buddha Tower to heal you. I definitely will. Ning Fan gently tapped the tip of his feet and carried the female corpse. Then, he turned into a wisp of smoke and floated into the Buddha Tower. The confusion in his eyes was gone and he became even more resolute. The moment they stepped into the Buddha Tower, an ancient Sanskrit voice suddenly resounded in the tower. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story Buddha Tower. Once the devil is suppressed, you will gain immeasurable blessings. Chi. 2 balls of silver light suddenly shone towards Ning Fan and Xian Yi. The female corpse was enveloped by the silver light. Her injuries were getting better bit by bit. Ning Fan was enveloped by the silver light. However, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. He was actually attacked by the silver light and was slightly injured. His expression changed. The female corpse could use the Buddha Tower to heal her injuries. However, Ning Fan seemed to be attacked and rejected by the Buddha Tower. Why is this happening? Ning Fan's mind raced as he pondered over the profound meaning of that Sanskrit voice. The Buddha Tower seemed to have 2 uses. One was to save people and the other was to suppress devils. Saving the female corpse was the first use of the Buddha Tower. Could it be that Ning Fan being attacked was the second use of the Buddha Tower? However, what was strange was why the Buddha Tower determined that Ning Fan was a devil and attacked him. The Buddha Tower was built in the Six-Winged Clan. The members of the Six-Winged Clan were all devils. However, there had never been a precedent of any member of the Six-Winged Clan being attacked by the Buddha Tower. Obviously, the standard used by the Buddha Tower to determine an attack was not devil veins, devil cultivation techniques or devil chi. It's the blood of Mo Luo. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold as if he had understood something. In this apocalypse of cultivation, the difference between gods, demons and devils was just different in their cultivation methods. That was all. However, in ancient times, gods had hearts, demons had spirits and devils had blood. That was the difference between ancient gods, ancient demons and ancient devils. The Buddha Tower had determined that Ning Fan was an ancient devil and attacked him. In the eyes of the Buddha Tower, Ning Fan was the last true devil in this apocalypse of cultivation. He was a member of the devil race who possessed blood. The Kunlun world of the Western Heaven must have had a grudge against the devil race. Otherwise, they would not hate the ancient devils so much. Fortunately, the attacks of the first floor of the Buddha Tower were still within Ning Fan's bearable range. It was not worth mentioning. However, Ning Fan guessed that every time he ascended to a higher floor of the tower, the female corpse would receive better healing effects while he would suffer more severe injuries. Even Ning Fan himself did not know how many floors of the tower he could withstand. This tower was not simple. It was a supreme treasure in itself. Light. Flowing. Blood, under the warm healing of the silver light, the female corpse's injuries were recovering bit by bit. She felt very happy. However, when she saw a trace of blood flowing out from the corner of Ning Fan's mouth, she was puzzled and began to worry. Bleeding meant that he was injured. Why was Ning Fan injured? She could not understand. Wasn't the silver light of the Buddha Tower used to heal injuries? Don't worry. I'm fine. Let's go to a higher floor. Ning Fan loosened his embrace and held the female corpse's hand. Step by step, he ascended to the second floor of the tower. He wiped the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. No matter what, he would do his best to bring the female corpse to a higher floor of the tower so that she could receive treatment from a higher floor. Chapter 443. The first floor of the tower was filled with Brahma light. These Brahma lights were healing the female corpse while attacking Ning Fan in an attempt to suppress him. Since Ning Fan was prepared, it was impossible for him to be hurt by the Brahma light on the first floor. With his strength, he could easily shatter a layer of Brahma light with just a lift of his hand. However, he was unwilling to do so. If he destroys the Brahma light, how would the female corpse heal herself? Ning Fan secretly made a hand seal. A layer of jade-colored astral spirit immediately appeared on the surface of his body to protect him. With the astral spirit defense of a jade life body cultivator, the first layer of Brahma light could not hurt Ning Fan at all. As he stepped on the seven treasures glazed stairs, endless Brahma chants resounded in his ears, causing his sea of consciousness to ache slightly. However, the Brahma chants gradually healed the female corpse's sea of consciousness and made her fall into a deep sleep. A corpse devil did not need sleep in the first place. The reason why she fell into a deep sleep was to complete the healing of her sea of consciousness. Enduring the pain, Ning Fan's eyes were filled with determination. He carried the sleeping female corpse and stepped into the second floor of the tower. As soon as he stepped into the second floor, a Brahma chants that were a few times stronger than the first floor suddenly pressed down on Ning Fan. In front of Ning Fan were several golden-armored evil spirits. Each of them had a harmonious spirit realm cultivation base. There were more than 100 of them and all of them were formed from golden light. They stood in front of Ning Fan, preventing him from stepping into the second floor. You're just a devil spawn. How stubborn. I'll suppress you with my 7 treasures. This voice was obviously the same as the one who spoke on the first floor. The tone was hard and obscure without any emotion. It was as if the speaker was not a living person but an inanimate object. As soon as the Brahma chants were suppressed, it immediately turned into thousands of golden Buddha beads and pressed down on Ning Fan's head. Each of the Buddha beads could kill a harmonious spirit realm expert. As soon as the voice gave the order, the 100 harmonious spirit realm evil spirits immediately let out strange roars and attacked Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. His black sword sense swept across the area, shattering the golden Buddha beads into traces of golden light. As for the mere 100 harmonious spirit realm evil spirits, how could they withstand Ning Fan's sword sense? When the golden light was broken and the evil spirits were eliminated, the emotionless voice also gradually disappeared and stopped attacking Ning Fan. If he did not sense wrongly, the owner of that cold voice should be the tower spirit that guards this Buddha tower. Originally, the existence of this pagoda spirit was just to prevent cultivators whose cultivation bases were not high enough from ascending to the higher levels of the pagoda. However, after seeing Ning Fan as the true devil, the pagoda spirit instinctively attacked him. I never expected that there would actually be a pagoda spirit within the Buddha's pagoda. Moreover, this pagoda spirit actually launched an attack against me because I possessed the devil blood. I originally only wanted to bring Wei Yang to the pagoda to treat her injuries, but with these unforeseen events, it has caused a lot of trouble. If I'm not wrong, this pagoda spirit ought to be staying on the 7th level of the Buddha pagoda, and it possesses a cultivation at the peak void refinement realm. It's an out-and-out old monster of the void stage, and it's absolutely not something I can go against. However, due to certain reasons, this pagoda spirit can't leave the 7th floor on its own. It can only attack me with Sanskrit and evil spirits. It can't kill me with its own hands. The 7th floor. The 7th floor of the Lost World Tower leads to the 8th dark floor. Moreover, there are 7 time crystals hidden in the 8th dark floor. They are the energy source for the Lost World Tower to accelerate time. This 7th floor of the Buddha's pagoda is guarded by the pagoda spirit. Could there be an 8th floor as well? The Buddha's pagoda is built for healing. Therefore, there must be a supreme healing treasure in the 8th floor which provides endless healing power to the pagoda. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he had already deduced many things from the pagoda spirit's behavior of guarding the 7th floor. Originally, he wanted to bring the female corpse with him and slowly treat her injuries in the pagoda. He did not know when he would be able to fully heal her. Now that he had deduced that there was a supreme healing treasure hidden in the pagoda, he must obtain that treasure in order to help the female corpse's sea of consciousness recover. The healing power that the treasure contained was enough to turn the 7th-floored pagoda into a holy land for healing injuries. If he obtains this treasure, it would definitely be of great help to the female corpse's injuries. Even though he knew that there was an absolute void stage pagoda spirit on the 7th floor, Ning Fan would not change his mind. Wei Yang, have a good rest. I will go and get the treasure for you and treat your injuries. Ning Fan stroked the sleeping face of the lady in his arms. She was cold and did not have any body temperature, which made Ning Fan feel even more pity for her. In his previous life, Mu Weiliang was spurned by the divine race because of a butterfly. She was regarded as a traitor by all the immortals and deities and died as a corpse devil. In this life, Ning Fan was going to repay her for what she had done in her previous life. He must help her recover her sea of consciousness and let her smile again. After keeping the female corpse into his cauldron ring, Ning Fan's body emitted a strong killing intent. It was an unstoppable determination. So what if it's the spirit of the absolute void tower? It's just an inanimate object after all. Why should I be afraid? With a single step, he turned into a wisp of smoke and went to the 3rd floor, the 4th floor and the 5th floor. Gold Core Realm Evil Ghosts, kill. Nascent Soul Realm Evil Ghosts, kill. Spirit Severing Realm Evil Ghosts, kill. The glazed floor was covered with flesh and blood of corpses. Ning Fan stepped on the fresh blood and crushed all the Brahma light. Then, he stood for a while in the empty fifth floor. He did not immediately enter the sixth floor because he understood that once he enters the sixth floor of the pagoda, he would probably be attacked by void refinement realm evil ghosts. It had been a month since he left the Black Lightning Tower. The devil chi on Ning Fan's primordial spirit had been forced out bit by bit. Now, he could once again transform into his ancient devil body. This time, entering the sixth and seventh floors would be extremely dangerous. Thus, Ning Fan must give it his all. Amidst the surging devil chi, Ning Fan transformed into a revered devil in black robes. He had a devil horn on his head, a pair of devil wings on his back and a devil eye on his glabella. Amidst the flashes of lightning, Ning Fan summoned his lightning armor. His defensive power rose to an extremely terrifying level. Amidst the dazzling starlight, Ning Fan summoned his natal black stars. 99 black stars hovered above his head. Amidst the layers of golden shadows, Ning Fan split into two phantoms of golden bodies. All of a sudden, he had two more golden body refining realm subordinates. Soul extraction. After doing all that, Ning Fan still felt that it was not enough. He clawed with his 5 fingers and extracted all the souls of the earth. Outside the pagoda, inside the six-winged clan, the ground began to collapse. The waves were filled with countless undercurrents and whirlpools. All the members of the six-winged clan including Xian Yi were stunned. They did not know what had happened inside the pagoda that made someone perform the soul extraction technique. Yu Lingkong's eyes were filled with worry. She wanted to enter the pagoda to investigate but she stopped herself. This won't do. I have to trust Little Cucumber. He has countless methods to protect himself. Even if something unexpected happens inside the pagoda, he will be fine. As for me, I have to stay here to protect him. If someone destroys the formation light while I'm not here, the pagoda won't be able to open anymore. On the 5th floor of the pagoda, Ning Fan did not stop after making all the necessary preparations. With an unstoppable aura force, he stepped into the 6th floor. The moment he stepped into the 6th floor, 108 malevolent spirits clad in golden armor appeared one after another. Each of them had a cultivation base above the void refinement realm. All of their killing intent locked onto Ning Fan. Among the 108 void refinement realm malevolent spirits, 72 of them were at the void glimpse stage while 36 were at the void inquiry stage. Even a void pierce stage or absolute void stage cultivator would certainly be in an extremely dangerous situation if they were to be besieged by so many malevolent spirits. Ning Fan, however, did not stop at all. The moment he entered the 6th floor, he activated the heaven-deceiving cloak and moved stealthily towards the 7th floor. The heaven-deceiving cloak could even block off void fragmentation realm spirit sense. Seeing Ning Fan suddenly disappear, the 108 malevolent spirits were bewildered. The tower spirit that was guarding the 7th floor was also startled when it saw Ning Fan's disappearance. Then, it shouted out a Sanskrit word, swastika. That Sanskrit word came from the 7th floor. It was just 1 floor away from the 6th floor. Its destructive force was infinitely close to the void fragmentation realm. It exploded on the 6th floor and attacked indiscriminately. Ning Fan's expression changed. He did not expect that the tower spirit would actually launch such a large-scale attack in an attempt to force him out of his concealment. All of a sudden, the shadows of tens of thousands of gems appeared in all directions. There were silver stones, golden stones, colored glass, crystals, shells, corals and amber. Each of the magnificent gems carried a force that was like a falling meteor, which was equivalent to the full force attack of a void glimpse stage cultivator. Each of the malevolent spirits was hit by the gems and suffered severe injuries. Ning Fan was also hit by tens of gems. A wave of bone-piercing pain spread throughout his entire body. His 3rd-level golden lightning armor actually cracked under the attack of the tower spirit from a distance. It seemed like the gems had the ability to penetrate armor. Tens of massive forces landed on Ning Fan's chest and even left a Sanskrit word swastika mark on his body, breaking his concealment. When Ning Fan's concealment was broken, his eyes were filled with astonishment. The magic technique of this tower spirit could manifest tens of thousands of gems. Among them, the attack of tens of gems was already comparable to the destructive power of Ning Fan's strongest magic technique. Moreover, this was just a casual attack from the tower spirit from a distance. If Ning Fan faces the tower spirit head-on, he probably would not have any chance of winning without using the steel of sun and moon. An absolute void stage expert was indeed powerful. However, if there is only one of them, it might not be impossible to kill him. The Sanskrit word swastika mark was slightly troublesome. Even with the power of samsara, it would take him quite some time to erase the mark and conceal himself again. After Ning Fan's concealment was broken, the injured malevolent spirits once again surrounded Ning Fan and attacked him, blocking his path to the 7th floor. As for the tower spirit, it seemed like it had consumed a lot of its magic power to break Ning Fan's concealment. Thus, it did not continue to attack. Since he could no longer conceal himself, Ning Fan had no other choice but to kill his way out. In his demonized state, Ning Fan's physical body was comparable to King Yinglong's. He was extremely strong. When he displayed his powerful body techniques, ordinary void inquiry stage old monsters would not be able to withstand them at all. Moreover, many of the 108 void refinement realm malevolent spirits were injured by the tower spirit's magic techniques. Void technique, double dragon. Void technique, moon-tearing dragon. Punches were thrown out one after another. Moonlight dragon claws tore through the air, repelling the attacks of the void refinement realm malevolent spirits. Each of his Tao body techniques could reap the life of a severely injured void glimpse stage expert. However, these void refinement realm malevolent spirits did not seem to know fear. All of them were willing to exchange their lives for Ning Fan's. They wanted to leave injuries on Ning Fan's body even if they were to self-detonate. This was a battle of life and death. Being surrounded and attacked by 108 void refinement realm malevolent spirits, there was no technique to speak of. All of them could only fight to the death with all their might. The two golden figures were quickly annihilated in the midst of this massacre. Even though the defense of the lightning armor was heaven-defying, it could not withstand the overwhelming number of enemies. After killing more than 10 void glimpse stage experts and 2 void inquiry stage experts, the lightning armor was finally on the verge of breaking. The crack that was created by the tower spirit grew larger and larger. Eventually, it crumbled into pieces. Fortunately, this lightning armor was just a magic technique and not a magic treasure. After this battle, Ning Fan could condense his primordial lightning again to form the lightning armor. There was no such thing as it being destroyed. However, losing the lightning armor now was just too disadvantageous for Ning Fan. Without the defense of the lightning armor, every desperate attack of the malevolent spirits was enough to leave serious injuries on Ning Fan's body. In just a few breaths' time, Ning Fan's body was already covered in wounds. His black robes were stained with blood. Even his natal black stars could not heal the injuries caused by more than 90 void refinement realm malevolent spirits in time. Even so, many of these void refinement realm malevolent spirits were severely injured and their combat power was greatly reduced. Roar! Ning Fan let out a devil roar. He knew that he could no longer be entangled with these malevolent spirits. He must head to the 7th floor immediately. In his senses, there was only a trace of ferocious chi of the tower spirit on the 7th floor. As long as I enter the 7th floor and suppress the tower spirit with a single attack of the steel of sun and moon, I will get the treasures. Yellow Dragon 7 tokens. Suppress. Ning Fan stared at the entrance of the 7th floor that was far away from him. His eyes flashed with determination. He patted his storage pouch, took out 7 yellow jade tokens and tossed them to the sky. The 7 jade tokens were all mid-grade mortal void realm treasures. With Ning Fan's current magic power, he was far from being able to use them. Traces of his blood essence seeped into the jade tokens. Even after damaging himself, he could only activate half of the power of the jade tokens. Even so, the combined destructive power of the 7 tokens was already infinitely close to a void pierce stage attack. The 7 layers of yellow skies pressed down. Each and every one of the malevolent spirits let out blood-curdling screams. Some of them were severely injured while some of them were directly crushed into meat paste. Ning Fan was not in the mood to check the casualties of the malevolent spirits. He kept the jade tokens and finally managed to carve out a path of blood. With a flash of traveling light, he dashed into the 7th floor. Impossible. The moment Ning Fan stepped into the 7th floor, a stiff and cold voice resounded from the 7th floor. For the first time, it revealed an expression of disbelief. It could never imagine that Ning Fan, who was just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator, could actually kill his way into the 7th floor. There were no deadly battles that Ning Fan had expected. The 7th floor was an empty Buddhist hall. There was only an ancient statue made of pure gold standing tall. It was already in a dilapidated state. Ning Fan understood that this statue was the tower spirit that guarded the 7 floors of the pagoda. This statue was already in such a dilapidated state. It was no wonder that it had to wait for a long time before it could launch another attack. Ning Fan had overestimated this tower spirit. There was no need for him to use the void fragmentation realm attack of the steel of sun and moon to deal with an absolute void tower spirit that was at the end of its tether. As soon as the ancient statue saw Ning Fan enter the 7th floor, its eyes shot out layers of Brahma light which turned into tens of thousands of dazzling gemstones. All of them carried Buddha light and pressed down on Ning Fan's head. Ancient devil, you must die. The attack came too fast. It was an absolute void realm attack which was enough to kill Ning Fan. There was no way for him to avoid it. Suddenly, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with the light of his plan succeeding. His figure instantly disappeared from where he stood. He had entered the profound Yin world. All the attacks missed their targets and struck onto the Buddha's pagoda, and they almost destroyed the pagoda. It disappeared. Where did it go? Even if it hides in a heavenly dwelling magic treasure, it will still be crushed by the 7 treasures. Could it be that this devil is hiding in a small Kiliacosm cosmos treasure? The ancient statue was puzzled. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Ning Fan slowly got out of the profound Yin world. He looked at the ancient statue which could not launch any attacks for the time being and did not give any explanation. He would not give any explanation to a person who was about to die. It would be best if he could kill the tower spirit with a trick. Ning Fan touched his glabella. The separation slayer flying sword turned into layers of sword shadows which crushed the dilapidated ancient statue. At the moment when the ancient statue was destroyed, the spiritual power of the entire Buddha tower greatly decreased. All the evil ghosts summoned by the tower spirit struggled and turned into golden light before disappearing. When the ancient statue was destroyed, a door of light immediately appeared on the wall behind it. It must be the entrance to the 8th floor, which was where the supreme healing treasures were stored. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan directly stepped into the door of light. This Buddha tower was a gift from the Kunlun Jade Pool to the 6-Winged clan. It no longer belonged to the Jade Pool. That was why the tower spirit of this tower was so dilapidated and weak. That was why Ning Fan dared to kill the ghosts and seize the treasures in public after knowing that there were treasures in this tower. He was not worried about offending the Kunlun Jade Pool at all and did not have any psychological burden. The 8th floor of the Buddha Tower was different from the 8th floor of the Lost World Tower. There were 7 jade platforms with 7 treasures which were glowing with Brahma light. All of them had great healing power. However, there were no formations or spiritual puppets to protect them. This was a tower that was given to someone else. The Jade Pool naturally would not spend too much effort to protect the 7 treasures. If they want to set up a defense, it should be set up by one of the six-winged clan's ancestors who had obtained the tower. After dispersing his devilization state, Ning Fan's white robes were stained with blood. His injuries were rather serious, but he wore a satisfied smile. He could feel the shocking healing power from the 7 treasures. They were the 7 relics which were left behind by a true Buddha. They were in the form of gold, silver, colored glass, crystal, shell, amber and coral respectively. Ning Fan thought that if he consumes one of the 7 relics, he would be able to recover instantly even if his injuries were twice as serious. However, he was reluctant to consume the 7 relics because they were all prepared by the female corpse. Keep. Ning Fan flicked his sleeves and kept the 7 relics. All of a sudden, the Buddha tower trembled and lost all of its spiritual power. The 7 floors of the tower no longer had any healing effect. How could this be? Outside the Buddha tower, Great Elder Xian Yi who was waiting outside almost had the urge to puke blood. He had lent the Buddha tower to Ning Fan but he did not expect that Ning Fan would actually break the tower and it could no longer be used to treat injuries. On one hand, Xian Yi was really distressed by the destruction of the Buddha tower. On the other hand, he was greatly shocked. The Buddha tower was considered as the greatest treasure of the 6-winged clan. It was not something that anyone could destroy at will. It was said that the tower spirit with an absolute void stage cultivation base was guarding it. If you want to destroy this tower, you would at least have to eliminate the absolute void tower spirit. Other than void fragmentation realm old monsters, who else could do such a thing? Moreover, Xian Yi could not figure out Ning Fan's motive for destroying the Buddha tower at all. Didn't Ning Fan want to use the tower to treat the female corpse? What benefits would he get by destroying the Buddha tower? I can't figure it out. Could it be that the Buddha tower wasn't destroyed by revered Ming? Because it doesn't make sense. Xian Yi was also uncertain about what exactly happened in the Buddha tower and whether it was Ning Fan who destroyed it or not. Sensing that Ning Fan's qi was still in the tower, no one dared to enter the tower to investigate. They could only wait for him to come out of the tower and ask him about it. On the 8th floor of the Buddha tower, Ning Fan summoned the female corpse. He held her in his arms and sat on the floor. Previously, he was not confident that he could heal the female corpse's sea of consciousness. Now that he had seized the 7 relics of the Buddha tower, he was confident that he could heal her in one go. Ning Fan stuffed the 7 relics into the female corpse's mouth one by one. As soon as the 7 relics entered her stomach, traces of healing power that was enough to bring the dead back to life spread throughout her delicate body. The corpse devil's body had lost its life force and had no physiological activities. Originally, the injuries that she suffered could only be repaired but not healed. However, the 7 relics seemed to have given her life force, allowing her injuries to be healed one by one. For the first time, her pale face showed the redness of a normal woman. For the first time, her cold little hands carried the warmth of a normal woman. Her sea of consciousness was recovering bit by bit. In her dried-up immortal veins, traces of magic power were being generated. This is resurrection. Ning Fan's eyes widened in surprise. This scene was out of his expectation but he was overjoyed. When he seized the relics, he only wanted to heal the female corpse's sea of consciousness. He did not think that she could come back to life because she lacked 3 souls and 7 spirits. However, at this moment, the 7 relics entered her body and provided her with endless life force. The female corpse's body was indeed showing signs of life. Light. Cold. The female corpse's brows were tightly knitted together. It was the first time she felt pain. In the past, she was a corpse devil. She did not have any senses. She could not feel pain, cry, feel cold or shed tears of sadness. Today, however, she actually said that she felt cold in her sleep. Her body began to feel cold again and became weak. Ning Fan did not know what had happened. Ning Fan used his spirit sense to examine her body. Soon, he found out that the reason why the female corpse said that she felt cold was because she was a dead person and a woman. The yin qi in her body was too strong and she needed some yang blood to provide some yang qi. Without any hesitation, Ning Fan waved the separation slayer sword and cut his arm. Then, he fed the blood into the female corpse's mouth. The female corpse's sharp teeth bit Ning Fan's arm and unconsciously sucked his blood. Ning Fan's blood was too delicious. It was even more delicious than the blood of other divine transformation realm and void refinement realm old monsters. It was the most perfect blood. The female corpse was still a corpse devil after all. How could she resist the temptation of flesh and blood? In her sleep, she bit a large piece of flesh from Ning Fan's arm. Hiss! Ning Fan took a cold breath. The sudden pain made him frown slightly. However, he immediately let go of her hand with a loving expression. She was a corpse devil. Ning Fan would not blame her for making a mistake unconsciously. After consuming a piece of Ning Fan's flesh, the yang qi in her body was already sufficient. She revealed a satisfied smile and fell asleep. She showed signs of resurrection after consuming the 7 relics. However, he did not know how long it would take for her to be completely resurrected. It might be 1 year, 10 years, 100 years or even 1,000 years. This time, no matter how long she slept, Ning Fan would wait for the day she wakes up and reunite with her for real. At that time, she would be the real Mu Weiliang. She would be a living person and not a corpse devil. With a flick of his finger, Ning Fan temporarily stopped the bleeding on his arm. He did not have the time to deal with the wound. Instead, he carefully held the female corpse's hand and began to massage her arm. Gradually, he massaged her entire body to help her relax her muscles and blood circulation. From today onwards, you are no longer a female corpse. You are the real Mu Weiliang. Ning Fan revealed an expectant expression. He was looking forward to Mu Weiliang's awakening. In his previous life, he was the butterfly while she was the daughter of the Heaven Emperor. She died for him and he died for her. In this life, he had already reincarnated into a human while her 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls turned into Jiha and saved him once again. Whether she was Jiha or Mu Weiliang, Ning Fan would never let her suffer any harm. In order to protect her, he still needed to constantly improve his cultivation base. You gave me a pair of butterfly wings and I promised you a lifetime without any conflicts. I promise. Chapter 444. 3 months had passed but Ning Fan had never left the Buddha Tower. He held Mu Weiliang's hand and transferred his magical energy bit by bit, helping her to refine the 7 true Buddha relics. That's right, it was only the initial refinement. Only when the 7 relics were completely refined would Mu Weiliang be completely resurrected. Even though she was still unconscious, Mu Weiliang could clearly feel the warmth from Ning Fan's palm. Light, wait for me. In her dream, she spoke in her sleep. She was looking forward to this true reunion. 150 million years of slumber in exchange for a glimpse of the Star Palace was far from enough to comfort him. She missed Ning Fan very much. She really missed him. She knew that only the real Su Sheng was qualified to stay by Ning Fan's side. In just 3 months of deep sleep, Mu Weiliang's consciousness had recovered by 1%. Perhaps in another 20 or 30 years, she would completely awaken. Ning Fan could wait. He could. For cultivators, 20 to 30 years of time was but a blink of an eye. The 30 years that Ning Fan had waited for her for was just too insignificant compared to the 150 million years that she had waited for him. He took out the ancient green jade coffin. It was the ancient coffin that accompanied Mu Weiliang for countless lonely days and nights. With Ning Fan's current knowledge, he could see that this green coffin was as mysterious as the heaven-avoiding coffin that the old monster used to store his beloved. It wasn't that the materials used to make the coffin were precious, but rather that the coffin contained the variables of the heavenly Daos. It could conceal the mysteries of the heavens, deceive the living, and possess the miraculous effect of nourishing life force. In the coffin, there was an obscure spirit sense. That spirit sense contained a kind of melancholy emotion. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he could vaguely sense it. The aura of this spirit sense, its Wei-Yang, Ning Fan remained silent. He finally understood why Nanyang Zi could not open the green coffin but he could directly open it. This was because before Mu Wei-Yang died, she laid down in the green coffin and sealed herself in it. This was because Mu Wei-Yang had set up her divine sense to only allow the person she was waiting for to open the coffin and bring her into this world. She was waiting for Ning Fan. This coffin could prevent the vitality of the body of the person lying in it from dissipating. Even after 100 million years, the body would not rot. To Mu Wei-Yang, who was waiting to be resurrected, the more life force in her body, the better. Sleeping in the green coffin required less time than sleeping in the outside world. Ning Fan placed Mu Wei-Yang into the green coffin and closed the lid. Then, he carefully placed her in the Yuanya world. In order to give Mu Wei-Yang a quiet environment for her resurrection, Ning Fan had even moved the corpse of the realm beast which had been cut into two in the Yuanya world into a certain unused space covered in red mist in his cauldron ring. In the Star Palace, Ning Fan had once found the herb garden of the ancient heavenly court. It was already in ruins. However, the female corpse at that time liked the herb garden very much and begged Ning Fan to take it away. Ning Fan moved the medicinal garden into the Yuanya world and filled it with various spiritual herbs. He then placed the green coffin at the center of the medicinal garden where the butterflies were dancing. If one day, when Mu Wei-Yang woke up, the first thing she would see would be her favorite herb garden and her favorite scenery. 3 months later, Ning Fan left the Buddha Tower with injuries all over his body. If he still doesn't come out, Yu Lingkong would probably be worried. For 3 whole months, Ning Fan had always been busy with Mu Wei-Yang's resurrection. He actually did not have the time to deal with the injuries on his body. The devil chi in his primordial spirit had already dissipated. He could turn into a devil again at any time. The thousands of wounds on his body were also healed under Ning Fan's almost monstrous self-healing ability. Only a row of tiny teeth marks remained on his arm. They were bitten by Mu Wei-Yang. Ning Fan was reluctant to erase those scars. When Ning Fan left the Buddha Tower safely, Yu Lingkong who had been guarding him for 3 months finally heaved a sigh of relief. Seeing Ning Fan walk out alone without bringing Mu Wei-Yang with him, she was a little worried. "Little cucumber, where's Wei-Yang? Is she alright? Put it down. She's fine. She's much better than I imagined. As for you, after not seeing you for 3 months, you seem to have lost some weight." Ning Fan caressed Yu Lingkong's face. When he saw that she looked haggard, he said with concern. "Let's go. Let's go and have a rest. As for fellow Taoist Xian, I know you have a lot of questions to ask me. I will meet you 3 days later." Ning Fan knew that even if Xian Yi did not dare to be dissatisfied with him for destroying the Buddha Tower, he would certainly ask him about the reason. He did not want to tell Xian Yi about him taking away the 7 relics. However, he did not have the intention to hide the fact that he destroyed the Buddha Tower either. He kept the 4 spiritual puppets and pulled Yu Lingkong up. The 2 of them left openly in front of the group of 6-winged clan experts. No one dared to stop them. Ning Fan did not leave the 6-winged clan. He just returned to the guest house. This made Xian Yi feel relieved. He did not give up on his plan to rely on Ning Fan. After the life and death battle in the Buddha Tower, Ning Fan did not even change his clothes. His entire body was still stained with blood. Under Yu Lingkong's service, Ning Fan took a bath and changed his clothes. Then, he slept on the same bed as her. With Yu Lingkong's arrogance, she had never bathed anyone in her entire life. However, when Ning Fan made a request, she realized to her dismay that it was getting harder and harder for her to refuse his request. Damn it. I'm actually being controlled by little cucumber. This isn't normal. While she was cursing and swearing, she helped Ning Fan wash his whole body. What an awkward personality. When she was dragged onto the bed by Ning Fan, she actually did not refuse him. This made her feel incredulous. Could it be that she subconsciously desired for something to happen between them? Little cucumber, I want to sleep alone. I'm tired. She did not mean what she said. I know you're tired. You've been guarding me for 3 months. It's been hard on you. Aren't I here to compensate you? Ning Fan's lips curved into an ambiguous smile. Compensation? Humph. I don't need any compensation. Yu Lingkong's brows turned cold. She was very dissatisfied with Ning Fan's behavior. Could it be that I, Yu Lingkong, am an outsider in Ning Fan's eyes? Does he need compensation for helping me with some small matters? Why is he treating me like an outsider? Are you sure you don't want any compensation? Ning Fan's eyes became even deeper. No. Get lost. If it wasn't because Yu Lingkong was sleeping at the side of the bed, she really wanted to kick Ning Fan off the bed. How dare he treat her like an outsider? He must be tired of living. You don't even want to compensate me with my body? Ning Fan enunciated the word body very clearly. All of a sudden, all of Yu Lingkong's anger was suppressed in her stomach, causing her face to turn red. What do you mean by compensating me with my body? She actually wanted this compensation. It's this. Ning Fan's large hands wandered around Yu Lingkong's delicate body. He turned around and pressed his body against hers, sealing her lips. As if she was electrocuted, Yu Lingkong's body instantly softened. Her cheeks were burning hot. Even though she had done it with Ning Fan once, she was doing it with the body of a virgin at that time. She was only left with the pain of being torn apart. Moreover, she was completely unconscious during the latter half of the process. She did not know how to respond to Ning Fan's kiss at all. The buttons on her clothes fell off one after another. The hem of her creased skirt was also lifted by Ning Fan. His palm had already reached the wet and tender area between her legs. Yu Lingkong let out a soft moan. Her long and narrow eyes were filled with lust as if water was dripping out of them. Little cucumber, I've told you before that I'm going to fuck you until you want nothing more. Don't even think about sleeping tonight. Yu Lingkong had always been tough. She turned around and pressed Ning Fan under her body. She actually wanted to take over his body. Up to you. Ning Fan was speechless. He had a feeling that he would be raped by Yu Lingkong tonight. However, a moment later, he felt the heat on his lower body piercing into a piece of soft and moist flesh. All of a sudden, Ning Fan thought, so what if I'm raped by Yu Lingkong? After all, I'm sure that I won't lose anything. He flicked his finger and extinguished the candle flame with a gust of wind. The room became dark. Waves of panting and moaning lit up the night sky. 3 days later, Yu Lingkong, who looked radiant, accompanied Ning Fan to look for Xian Yi. During these 3 days, Ning Fan condensed his primordial lightning armor once again. He erased the Buddhist seal of the swastika character and recovered the invisibility ability of the heaven-deceiving cloak. During these 3 days, Ning Fan slept on the same bed with Yu Lingkong every night. He tried his best to serve her until she was comfortable. Yu Lingkong's first time had left a huge shadow in his heart. This shadow had already been erased during the 3 nights of pleasure. What replaced it were memories that made her wish she was dead. Little cucumber, not bad. You're the man whose endurance is the longest that I've ever seen. Yu Lingkong's tone was rather boastful, as if she had experienced a lot of sexual intercourse. In reality, she had only had intimate contact with Ning Fan a few times. What she said was obviously just trying to look impressive. I cultivate the yin-yang transformation. Plucking yin is my strength. If you like to last longer, I can even last longer. I'm just afraid that you won't be able to endure it and beg for mercy again. Ning Fan's lips curved into a playful smile. During these 3 nights, Yu Lincoln was considered to have received her first sexual intercourse. She had begged for mercy many times. Will I beg for mercy from you? You must have misheard me. Just you wait. I'm going to teach you a lesson tonight. Yu Lincoln was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She was still unconvinced. Today, she must fuck Ning Fan until he begged for mercy to save her face. Hee hee. Young Master Zhou and Venerated Moon really have a good relationship. It really makes me envious. The conversation between the two was overheard by a woman who interrupted them. That lady was wearing a pink dress. She walked towards them in an enchanting manner with an inexplicable smile. Her long hair was coiled into a bun. A jade hairpin was loosened and a golden hairpin was inserted into the bun. Her long pearl ornaments hung down from her head, giving off a gentle clanking sound in the breeze. Her skin was snow white and her cheeks were rosy. Her beautiful eyes were filled with lust and desire. On the left side of her face, there was a violet tattoo that extended into her hair, adding a bit of seductiveness to her appearance. Miss, you are. Ning Fan was slightly surprised. He should have never seen this lady in the Six-Winged Clan. However, the eyes of this lady were enchanting and charming. They were obviously filled with respect and admiration for Ning Fan. Obviously, she had seen him before. Ning Fan sensed a trace of familiar aura. After thinking carefully, he immediately understood who the beautiful lady in front of him was. This demonic-looking lady turned out to be that lady from before. So it's Miss Fan Chi. I didn't expect that you have already successfully reconstructed your physical body. In just 3 months, you managed to reconstruct your physical body and moreover, the reconstruction is almost flawless. I'm sure the Six-Winged Clan must have paid a huge price to help you reconstruct your physical body. With your identity, I don't think you should receive such respectful treatment, right? Ning Fan's furrowed brows relaxed. The lady in front of him was undoubtedly the primordial spirit realm female cultivator whom he had casually saved previously. Fan Chi. He did not expect that Fan Chi, who was in her primordial spirit state, would actually have such a beautiful appearance after she reconstructed her physical body, which was only slightly inferior to Yu Lincoln. Somehow, after Fan Chi reconstructed her physical body, Ning Fan faintly felt that the subtle connection between him and her had become even closer. When he saw Fan Chi, the diagram of the 6 wings in the devil marks on his back suddenly became scorching hot. I have just reconstructed my physical body. I didn't expect that young Master Zhou would actually not recognize me. It seems like Fan Chi is not worth mentioning in young Master's heart. The women of the devil race were even more open-minded than the women of the demon race. Fan Chi's words actually contained a hint of flirting with Ning Fan. However, the hint of disappointment in her eyes was not fake. It seemed like Ning Fan not recognizing her really made her feel a little disappointed. As soon as she thought of Xian Yi's order, Fan Chi calmed herself down and said with seductive eyes, "Young Master, please follow me. The Great Elder has been waiting for young Master in the Feather Forest Palace since early morning. He has something to tell young Master. Fellow Taoist Xian, are you going to tell me the secret that I mentioned just now? I'm very curious about what secret fellow Taoist Xian has that can move my heart and make me accept the 6-winged clan. I don't know what the Great Elder wants to tell me. However, I don't think it will disappoint young Master." Fan Chi shook her head. She did not know what the Great Elder was thinking. While they were talking, the 3 of them had already arrived at the Feather Forest Palace. This place had always been the most secretive place of the 6-winged clan. However, there was no one guarding it today. All the guards had been withdrawn by Xian Yi. Perhaps he was afraid that others might hear the secret. Xian Yi, on the other hand, trusted Ning Fan. He was not afraid that he would be killed by Ning Fan alone. That's right. Currently, Xian Yi was just a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. If Ning Fan really has the intention to harm them, how could they stop him from harming them even if they have a few more guards? The three of them stopped outside the Feather Forest Palace. Fen Qi bowed politely and was about to leave. Her eyes secretly glanced at Ning Fan with some inexplicable feelings. We've arrived at the Feather Forest Palace. Young Master Zhou and Venerated Moon, please come in. I'm only responsible for leading the way. I don't have the right to listen to your conversation. I'll take my leave first. Wait. Fen Qi, come in too. The matter we're discussing today is related to you. Xian Yi's voice resounded from the Feather Forest Palace as if he had made a difficult decision. Understood. Fen Qi naturally did not dare to disobey the Great Elder's order. She followed Ning Fan and Yu Lingkong and pushed the door open and entered the palace together. However, she took a few steps back because of her status. She did not dare to walk side by side with the two of them. Ning Fan's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. He was trying to guess what the secret that Xian Yi was referring to was and how it was related to Fen Qi. Xian Yi was not in a hurry to speak. He seemed to still be making up his mind. He waited on the small red clay stove and brewed spiritual tea. After that, he distributed the tea to everyone. After brewing the tea and drinking the tea, Ning Fan's expression was still calm and composed. He sipped the spiritual tea with Yu Lingkong. Xian Yi, on the other hand, smiled bitterly. He could not sit still anymore. He put down the spiritual tea and cupped his fists at Ning Fan. Fellow Taoist Zhou, may I ask what happened inside the Buddha Tower? Why was the tower destroyed? I don't know. Ning Fan smiled and sipped his tea. He only answered with, I don't know, and pushed all the responsibility away. Ning Fan believed that Xian Yi had investigated the ruins of the Buddha Tower after the incident. However, he certainly could not find any clues about the tower's destruction. Ning Fan also believed that even if he did not say anything, Xian Yi would not continue to pursue the matter regarding the Buddha Tower. Xian Yi was a smart man. The Buddha Tower had already been destroyed and the Six-Winged Clan had already declined. It was not worthwhile for him to offend a terrifying enemy like Ning Fan just because of a destroyed tower. What made Xian Yi hesitant was also not the matter regarding the Buddha Tower. Since Ning Fan did not want to talk about it, he was also happy not to ask about it. What he was going to say next was the main topic. Fellow Taoist, since you don't know the cause of the Buddha Tower's destruction, I suppose the destruction of the Buddha Tower was just an accident, just like the destruction of the devil statue. It has nothing to do with you. In fact, what I want to talk to you about today is also not the Buddha Tower. Now, the Six-Winged Clan is in a precarious situation. It is in danger of being divided by the Mist Horn Clan and the Ghost Eye Clan at any time. I sincerely ask fellow Taoist Zhou to consider and accept the affiliation of my Six-Winged Clan. What benefits do I get from accepting the affiliation of the Six-Winged Clan? Ning Fan put down the teacup and his eyes turned serious. Whether he would accept the affiliation of the Six-Winged Clan or not would depend on whether Xian Yi's following words could move his heart. Fellow Taoist, have you heard of Great Emperor Mo Luo, one of the 9 ancient devil ancestors? I've heard a little about it. Then have you heard that Great Emperor Mo Luo has 4 great slaves? They are Zhu Mo, Lu Yi, Gui Mu and Lan Jiao. I've never heard of them. Ning Fan lied. The 4 great slave clans were a great secret. It was only reasonable for him not to have heard of them. Is that so? Fellow Taoist, you might not know about it, but the ancestor of my Six-Winged Clan was once the slave of Great Emperor Mo Luo. Of course, the process of becoming a slave is a little unbearable. However, ever since my ancestor became a slave, every generation of my Six-Winged Clan was born with Mo Luo's slave marks. Our lives and deaths can be decided by Mo Luo with a single word. Previously, I was reluctant to hand over the devil statue slate because it might contain the method to break the slave marks. Unexpectedly, I still couldn't keep the slate in the end. Xian Yi sighed. Ning Fan, however, remained unmoved and said indifferently. In the cultivation world, the strong survive and the weak die. If there are battles, there will naturally be winners and losers. Even though fellow Daoist Xian has lost the slate, at least you managed to keep the six-winged clan from being annihilated. It can be considered as a blessing. Fellow Daoist is right. Now that the slate has been lost, I no longer have any interest in breaking the slave marks. Even though the six-winged clan is lucky enough to survive thanks to fellow Daoist's reputation, once fellow Daoist leaves the six-winged clan, I don't know how many people will be willing to come and divide my clan. My six-winged clan indeed needs fellow Daoist's protection. A straightforward person doesn't beat around the bush. Fellow Daoist Xian, just tell me directly what secrets are you willing to give in exchange for my protection. Ning Fan shook his head and said straightforwardly. If fellow Daoist Zhou is willing to accept the six-winged clan, I can give an order to betroth Elder Fan Qi to you as your concubine. Concubine? Both Ning Fan and Yu Lingkong wore astonished expressions. Could it be that Xian Yi is planning to obtain Ning Fan's protection by offering a beautiful woman? No, that's not right. When Ning Fan recalled the strange feeling of connection between him and Fan Qi, he suddenly realized something. Although Fan Qi's cultivation base was not high, her identity must be somewhat special. Great Elder, Fan Qi's cheeks were thoroughly red. She immediately stood up and was at a loss of what to do. She had never thought that the Great Elder would betroth her to someone else. Xian Yi waved his hand and interrupted Fan Qi's words. When he saw Ning Fan's calm expression, he nodded his head. The calmness in his eyes showed that Ning Fan was not bewitched by her beauty. If Fan Qi was just a beautiful woman, she would not be able to move him. It meant that Ning Fan had more or less seen or guessed that Fan Qi's identity was special. That was why he did not immediately reject her request. Ning Fan was waiting for Xian Yi's explanation. Of course, it was about Fan Qi's identity. If Ning Fan was not mistaken, the secret that Xian Yi was going to tell him today was definitely related to Fan Qi. Fellow Daoist, do you know that all the members of the four great enslaved clans are born with the slave marks on their bodies except for one woman? Every few generations, a woman will be born in the four clans. She will not be invaded by the slave marks, and she is born with a special ability that can help the devil race increase their strength. She is the key person for the prosperity of the four great enslaved clans. In the era when Great Emperor Mo Luo was still alive, once such a woman appears, she will be conferred the title of Devil Concubine. Only when a devil concubine dies can the next one be born. There is no direct connection between the two generations of devil concubines. In the same era, the four great enslaved clans can give birth to four great devil concubines. Fan Qi is the devil concubine of my six-winged clan. In the entire six-winged clan, I am the only one who knows about this secret. As soon as Xian Yi finished speaking, he looked at Fan Qi deeply and sighed helplessly. It was as if marrying Fan Qi to Ning Fan would be a great loss to the six-winged clan. Devil concubine. Ning Fan's eyes scanned across Fan Qi and revealed a surprised expression. Fan Qi's identity was really beyond Ning Fan's expectation. Besides, Ning Fan also wanted to know what benefits the identity of Fan Qi's devil concubine would bring to him and how it would allow his strength to skyrocket. Chapter 445. In the six-winged clan, every corner was filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. In exchange for Fan Qi, Ning Fan accepted the affiliation of the six-winged clan. Countless experts of the six-winged clan heaved a sigh of relief as they no longer had to worry about being annexed by other clans. After accepting the affiliation, Ning Fan became the leader of the six-winged clan. He immediately emptied the immortal jade of the six-winged clan, which amounted to more than 1 billion immortal jades. The news of Ning Fan becoming the leader of the six-winged clan was purposely spread by the six-winged clan. Ning Fan's identity was special. Even Prince Lan Ling, the Misthorn clan and the Ghost Eye clan had to be wary of him and would not openly deal with the Six-Winged clan. However, this kind of behavior, which was similar to giving away a daughter to someone else, was unfair to Fen Qi. She had a peerless appearance and a divine transformation realm cultivation base. She had a bright future ahead of her. However, she was given to Ning Fan as a concubine by the Six-Winged clan just because of her identity as a devil concubine. Her fate was unfair. However, in order for her clan to continue and for the Six-Winged clan to survive, she could only nod in silence and agree to marry Ning Fan as a concubine. She had no other choice. Under the bright night sky, Fen Qi was wearing a wedding robe. She sat alone in her room, waiting for Ning Fan's arrival. Her eyes were filled with loneliness and sorrow. Even though she had a good impression of Ning Fan, she also had the pride of being a talented lady. She was unwilling to become Ning Fan's concubine in such a way. Since she was given to Ning Fan, she was destined to not be respected by him. Was that why she was sad? Devil concubine. It turns out that I am the current devil concubine of the Six-Winged clan. No wonder I was born without slave marks. No wonder I have the ability to awaken the devil wings of my clansmen. The devil wings of the members of the Six-Winged clan aren't born with them. They are tattooed with the devil marks of the wings. After 100 years of cultivation, the devil marks of the wings are awakened bit by bit and they finally grow devil wings. Among the cultivators at the same level as them, the speed of the experts of the Six-Winged clan is outstanding. However, my ability can directly awaken the devil marks of the wings, allowing the clansmen who have the devil marks of the wings to instantly grow devil wings. A devil concubine can create a devil clan. The Great Elder married me to young Master Zhou. If he uses my ability properly according to the Jade Slip that the Great Elder taught him, he can train a devil clan that is not any weaker than the Six-Winged clan in the future. Everyone who possesses the devil mark of wings will be able to instantly obtain devil wings with my ability. Fen Qi muttered to herself. Her mind gradually recalled Ning Fan's figure. He is a heartless person. He will not love me. I am just his tool. Perhaps in this life, I will not even be comparable to a tool. Fen Qi's eyes were filled with sorrow. She recalled how Ning Fan carefully cared for the female corpse and how intimate he was with Yu Lingkong. However, he was the only one who treated her coldly like a passerby. Creak. When she was feeling sorry for herself, Ning Fan pushed the door open and stepped into the bridal chamber. Outside the door, the night was desolate. This concubine greets young Master Zhou. No, greets my husband. Fen Qi hid her sad expression and stood up gracefully to greet Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the bridal chamber and revealed a playful smile. This Xian Yi was rather interesting. Not only did he gift Fen Qi to him, he even prepared a wedding room for him in the mortal world. Tonight, Ning Fan had asked Yu Lingkong to rest by herself. Instead, he came to look for Fen Qi. Of course, it was not because he wanted to flirt with women. However, Fen Qi did not think so. She naturally felt that Ning Fan was here to pamper her. The feeling of waiting for someone to pamper her was very unpleasant. She forced a smile and closed the door. Then, she held a cup of wine and sat together with Ning Fan. Both of them drank together, trying to build up the atmosphere so that her first night would not seem so desolate and sad. My husband, please have a drink. This is the precious wine of my Six-Winged clan. Drinking this wine is the best way to liven up the atmosphere. Fen Qi forced a smile. The wine is not bad. However, you don't seem to be very happy. Are you not willing to be my concubine? Ning Fan smiled playfully. I don't dare to. Fen Qi's eyes were filled with panic. Could it be that Ning Fan saw through her resentment? She must not let him see through it. If Ning Fan was dissatisfied with her, he might vent his anger on the Six-Winged clan. She did not dare to joke around with her relatives. Ning Fan, however, waved his hand disapprovingly. He took a sip of the wine and said with a smile. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. You don't have to worry. I am a man of my word. Since I have promised to protect the Six-Winged Clan, I will not go back on my words nor will I vent my anger on the Six-Winged Clan. If you don't want to call me husband, you can continue to call me young master. If you don't want me to touch you, I will never touch even a finger of yours. You don't have to worry about this. I am not a lustful person. To be honest, compared to your body, I am more interested in your identity as a devil concubine. According to the jade slip that fellow Taoist Xian Yi gave me, as a devil concubine of the Six-Winged Clan, you have the special ability to awaken the devil marks of wings. Yes. I do have such an ability. I have already become young Master Zhou's concubine. As long as young Master has an order, I will engrave the devil marks of wings on your subordinates and awaken their devil wings. I will certainly be able to train an army of devil wings for young Master. To young Master, my identity as a devil concubine is very useful. When Fen Qi heard Ning Fan's promise, she heaved a sigh of relief but at the same time, she felt a little disappointed. She was very glad that Ning Fan did not vent his anger on the Six-Winged Clan. She was very glad that Ning Fan at least respected her and would not harass or pluck her. However, Ning Fan said that he was not interested in her body. This still made her feel a little disappointed. Help me awaken my devil wings first. Let me see what you are capable of. You also know how to engrave devil marks. After Ning Fan had devoured the devil chi from the slate, the devil marks on his back had leveled up by 1/4 and 6 patterns of wings appeared. Those 6 patterns of wings were the devil marks of wings. If they are awakened, they could grow 6 devil wings which would increase his speed. The 6 wings after awakening were different from the 6 wings in their devil form. The 6 wings in the devil form only imitated the growth of Mo Luo's devil body. They did not have real devil wings. In other words, Ning Fan only had 2 fully demon wings now. He had yet to truly cultivate the 6 wings of Mo Luo. If he could cultivate the 6 wings of Mo Luo, he would have 8 wings in addition to the 2 wings of the fully demon wings. His speed would naturally skyrocket. It was because Xian Yi claimed that Fen Qi could help Ning Fan increase his speed that he accepted the Six-Winged Clan's request. Yes. I know how to engrave devil marks but I'm not proficient in it. I only know how to engrave the devil marks of wings. Among the 4 great devil clans, the one who is most proficient in the art of engraving devil marks is Miss Feng Shuiyan. Feng Shuiyan. Ning Fan remembered that the eldest daughter of the giant devil clan was called Feng Shuiyan. It was said that her body was not very healthy. She seemed to be Su Qiuling's best friend. There are 2 steps to awaken the devil wings for my clansmen. The first step is to engrave the devil marks of wings on them. The second step is to use the burning feather technique to help my clansmen awaken their devil marks and summon their devil wings. Young Master is not a member of the devil race. Without the devil marks of wings, you won't be able to summon your devil wings. Therefore, the first step is for me to engrave the devil marks of wings on your clansmen. My talent and knowledge are shallow. The strongest devil marks of wings that I can engrave are only at the general grade. Besides, the process of engraving the devil marks is extremely painful. I hope that young Master can endure it for a while. Fen Qi took out a jade box which contained a 3-inch long bone needle. It was a highly graded engraving needle. She took out a jade slip which recorded all the devil marks of wings of the general grade for Ning Fan to choose from. She did not dare to make the decision on her own as to which type of wings Ning Fan would like to engrave. Miss Fen Qi's engraving technique is quite extraordinary. I once met someone who also knew how to engrave devil marks. He told me that it would take 1,000 years to master the devil marks of the soldier grade. Since Miss Fen Qi is able to engrave the devil marks of the general grade, your innate talent is really not low. You must have gone through a lot of hardships. Ning Fan recalled Stone Warrior's words. Thank you for your compliment, young master. Fun Chi's eyes gradually brightened. Being praised by Ning Fan made her depressed mood lighten a little. I already have the devil marks of wings. As for the grade, I'm not sure if it's the general grade or the martial grade. I can skip the first step of engraving the devil marks. Miss Fun Chi just needs to help me awaken these devil marks and help me grow 6 wings. Swish. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he suddenly tore off his white robes, completely exposing his upper body. Fun Chi let out a cry. She did not expect Ning Fan to take off his clothes so calmly. When she saw Ning Fan's naked upper body, her enchanting eyes flashed with a hint of shyness. Even if she was a divine transformation realm old monster or a devil concubine, she was still an unmarried woman. Her eyes lingered on Ning Fan's body and she felt a little surprised. Ning Fan's strength was so strong that he could kill Lu Jiefan with his fists. However, his body was so thin and weak. When her gaze gradually shifted to Ning Fan's back, she suddenly revealed a look of astonishment. And profound earth devil marks. And no. This is. The profound earth devil marks was a type of powerful general grade devil marks. To the 4 great devil clans, this devil mark had another special meaning. Slave marks. However, the profound earth devil marks were different from the inferior slave marks of the 4 great slave clans. It was the highest grade slave mark of Great Emperor Mo Luo. It was rare for anyone to cultivate it. In the history of the 4 great slave clans, only a few experts including the ancestors of the 4 clans had managed to cultivate it. Since Ning Fan was able to cultivate this kind of devil marks, his innate talent alone had already surpassed too many devil clans. Moreover, the profound earth devil marks had another important meaning to the 4 great slave clans. Those who cultivate the profound earth devil marks would eventually become the highest grade slave of Mo Luo. However, according to the legends, if someone could resist Mo Luo's devouring power, that person would not become his slave and could even help the 4 great slave clans break the slave marks. Fun Chi stared at Ning Fan deeply in disbelief. The person who could break the slave marks of the 6-winged clan was actually right in front of me. Since Ning Fan possessed the profound earth devil marks, he was the hope of the 4 great slave clans to break the slave marks and regain their freedom. Moreover, when Fun Chi found out that the profound earth devil marks had advanced by 1/4, she was even more astonished. She could not even close her mouth. Ning Fan had already completed 1/4 of the advancement of his profound earth devil marks. This meant that he had resisted the devouring power of Great Emperor Mo Luo and was not enslaved. As long as Ning Fan completely completes the advancement of his profound earth devil marks, it was highly likely that he would have the ability to break the slave marks of the 4 clans. You've seen the devil marks on my back. What do you think? Ning Fan asked. I definitely won't dare to tell anyone about this secret. I'm willing to make a great oath of heart devil. Fun Chi was a little flustered. She suddenly realized that Ning Fan's devil marks were very important. Once the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan find out that Ning Fan had a chance to break the slave marks of the 4 clans, it was unknown whether the 2 clans would plot against him or not. Such an important secret had been seen by Fun Chi. She hurriedly expressed to Ning Fan that she would not reveal the secret as she was afraid that Ning Fan would be displeased. I'm asking you about the devil marks on my back. What do you think? It was just a devil mark. So what if the Ghost Eye clan and the Mist Horn clan find out about it? With his current strength, he was strong enough to protect himself in the Rain World. He was not afraid of the 2 devil clans. Fun Chi calmed herself down. She reached out her soft palm and gently stroked Ning Fan's back, feeling the veins of the devil marks. The profound earth devil marks are about to advance. 1/4 of them have already been completed. As for the direction of advancement, I can't see through it. I can't be sure what kind of pattern will appear when the devil marks complete the remaining 3/4 of advancement. The pattern of these 6 wings is somewhat similar to the wings of my 6-winged clan. However, its grade is much higher. Perhaps, this is a type of powerful devil mark that has never been recorded before. Once it advances to the next level, it will certainly be extraordinary. Is that so? Can you help me awaken my devil wings with the help of the 6 devil marks of wings? I can definitely do it. Fen Qi was very confident in her ability to awaken her devil wings. Ning Fan's devil marks were not weak. Not only did Fen Qi want to awaken his devil wings, but she also wanted to make the grade of his devil wings extraordinary. Only then could she show off her abilities. Most of the demon and devil cultivators in the 7 realms of truth cultivation had wings. As for the grade of the wings, they could be divided into 3 different grades. Mortal wings, spirit wings and void wings. The grade of the wings was not directly related to their speed. It symbolized the cultivation aptitude of the wings. If the vein opening realm, harmonious spirit realm and gold core realm cultivators had wings, most of them were mortal wings. The wings of the nascent soul realm and divine transformation realm were mostly spirit wings. The wings of the void refinement realm and void fragmentation realm were mostly void wings. Ning Fan's devil marks were quite extraordinary. The devil wings he awakened would definitely not be inferior to the spirit wings. In order to show off her abilities, Fen Qi had to at least awaken the void wings for Ning Fan. She gently bit the tip of her tongue and sacrificed a drop of blood essence. Then, she chanted an ancient and mysterious incantation. A trace of strange power spread out from her body like a whisper or a call. It actually resonated with the pattern of the 6 wings on Ning Fan's devil marks. She formed a hand seal and summoned 6 fiery red wings. The wings were densely covered with fiery red feathers. Among the countless fiery red feathers, there were more than 100 of them. Their color was the deepest red and they possessed mysterious abilities. Fen Qi endured the slight pain and plucked 6 of the scarlet feathers from her wings. Immediately, a feeling of weakness spread throughout her body. These scarlet feathers were her natal fire feathers. They were connected to her primordial spirit. Now that she had just reconstructed her physical body, her body was still very weak. If she plucked off her natal fire feathers rashly, her primordial spirit would be in pain and it would affect her old injuries. Fen Qi, oh Fen Qi, since when have you become such a coward? I've just plucked off 6 natal fire feathers and you can't even bear it. If you can't satisfy young Master Zhou today, the 6-winged clan might perish because of you. Fen Qi, you have to grit your teeth and endure it. She muttered to herself and hid the slight paleness on her face. Then, she gritted her teeth and raised her hand. The 6 feathers turned into 6 traces of scarlet devil flames that danced on her palm. With a flick of her finger, the 6 traces of devil flames shot into Ning Fan's devil marks. All of a sudden, the lines of each of the 6 devil marks on the wings were burning with devil flames. Ning Fan felt as if his back was burning. Then, 6 enormous illusory devil wings grew on his back. The devil wings were burning with devil flames. As the devil flames burned, the wings gradually turned from illusory to solid. Flesh and blood gradually grew on them. It was a kind of experience of being reborn from the ashes. As the flames burned, traces of flesh and blood were growing from the flames. There was an incomparably profound principle behind it. No wonder you're called Fen Qi. I understand now. Burning the wings in exchange for a new life. It's a pretty good name. Feeling the 6 wings gradually becoming solid, Ning Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. These 6 wings were still illusory but they had already reached the level of void wings. Fen Qi's abilities were indeed extraordinary. She had an outstanding ability to summon wings. With her around, she might really be able to train an army of devil wings for Ning Fan in the future. Thank you for your compliment, young master. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Fen Qi's forehead. She activated her devil flames to help Ning Fan burn his devil wings. Seeing that his devil wings had already reached the level of void wings, he revealed a relieved smile. However, as the devil flames burned, Ning Fan's devil wings became more solid while the devil flames became weaker and weaker. In the end, the flames were extinguished. The devil wings actually did not succeed in awakening in one go. Only 1/10 of them had become solid. As for the remaining 9/10, they were still in an illusory state. Fen Qi was greatly surprised. When she awakened the wings of ordinary members of the devil race, she usually only needed to break off one of her natal fire plumes and it would produce enough devil flames to help the members of her race cultivate their devil wings. The stronger the devil wings were, the more devil flames it would consume. However, even if Ning Fan was a member of the six-winged clan who possessed the void wings, Fen Qi only needed to use 5 natal fire plumes at most to help him condense the void wings. She had already overestimated Ning Fan's devil wings and used 6 fire plumes on him. However, she did not expect that the devil flames produced by the 6 fire plumes were only enough to make the devil wings become solid by 1/10. Fen Qi was a little dumbfounded. Just how powerful were these devil wings that they were so difficult to condense? They were even more powerful than the void wings. Could it be that she had to use 60 fire plumes to help Ning Fan completely condense his devil wings? After losing one's natal fire plumes, they could regrow after a certain period of time through cultivation. That way, they could continuously awaken the devil wings of a cultivator. However, if she plucked 60 fire plumes in one go, it would certainly be difficult for her to cultivate them back. Moreover, with Fen Qi's current weak body, plucking 6 fire plumes would already weaken her primordial spirit. If she plucked 60 fire plumes in one go, she might even suffer severe injuries. Fen Qi's eyes were filled with sadness. However, a moment later, she made up her mind. At this moment, the most important matter was more important. In order to help Ning Fan condense his devil wings and satisfy him, she naturally could not take care of her own body. She gritted her teeth and wanted to pluck out her fire plumes again. However, Ning Fan held her wrist and stopped her. "You have already helped me summon my devil wings. Next, just leave the task of burning the devil flames and condensing the devil wings to me. Take this divine injury pill." Ning Fan did not wait for Fen Qi's reply and directly stuffed a pill into her cherry lips. Fen Qi's beautiful face was stunned. Was he concerned about her? Was he afraid that she would get hurt? When her soft lips were touched by Ning Fan's finger, her face turned slightly red. She stopped talking and carefully refined the medicinal power of the pill. She did not ask much and Ning Fan did not answer her as well. All of a sudden, Ning Fan rose to his feet. The 6 illusory devil wings on his back burned with extremely terrifying devil flames. That devil flame was the fusion of countless heavenly frost and earthly flames. The grade of that devil flame was comparable to a mid-grade immortal void realm spiritual flame. That devil flame gave Fen Qi a feeling of suffocation. She had never seen such a powerful devil flame in her entire life. Under this powerful devil flame, Ning Fan's 6 wings were being reborn at an astonishing speed. Under the nourishment of the devil flame, the aura force of the void wings actually increased rapidly. At a certain moment, Ning Fan suddenly summoned his Fu-Li demon wings. The 8 wings were burning in the devil flame at the same time. Gradually, the devil flame turned pitch black. These are demon wings. These demon wings are actually also at the void wings realm. Fen Qi had done a lot of research on wings. She could tell that Ning Fan had both demon wings and devil wings at the same time with just a glance. She could not understand why the demon wings and devil wings could exist in Ning Fan's body at the same time when they were 2 completely different types of wings. She could not understand why Ning Fan actually had a pair of void wings in the first place. She could not understand all of this. However, she could feel the aura force from Ning Fan's wings getting stronger and stronger. The Fuli demon wings that were at the Void Wings realm and the 6 wings devil wings that were at the Void Wings realm actually showed signs of merging. The aura force of the wings actually began to break through the limit of the Void Wings realm. 8 demon wings. Condense for me. A strong aura force suddenly spread out from Ning Fan's body and engulfed the entire 6-winged clan. At this moment, the 8 demon wings that were burning with black devil flames on Ning Fan's back gave off a terrifying aura force. At this moment, all the members of the 6-winged clan who had wings felt that their devil wings were trembling in fear. It was as if all the devil wings in the world were not as powerful as Ning Fan's. It was a kind of aura force that came from the wings. It was much stronger than all the spirit wings and void wings in the 7 realms of cultivation. The aura force of this kind of wings had far surpassed the void wings. It was impossible for it to appear on cultivators of the 7 realms of cultivation. Normally, it would only appear on the wings of heavenly demons and heavenly devils. This aura force had already reached a higher grade than the void wings. Xian Yi's expression changed greatly. He looked at the direction of Ning Fan's new house in disbelief. There's no mistake. The aura force of the wings that caused Xian Yi's mind to be in a mess was definitely emitted by Ning Fan. Could it be that Ning Fan did not spend the night with Fen Qi tonight but asked her to awaken his devil wings for him? Heavenly demon, heavenly devil wings. I can't be wrong. The devil wings that fellow Taoist Zhou condensed have actually reached this level. If fellow Taoist Zhou concentrates on cultivating these devil wings and gradually increases their speed, the speed of these devil wings will definitely be comparable to that of heavenly demons and heavenly devils one day. These are treasured wings with a boundless future. Chapter 446. After a long time, the aura force of Ning Fan's wings gradually faded. After awakening the devil wings at the level of the void wings and merging them with the demon wings, they merged into the heavenly demon wings and the heavenly devil wings, which gave Ning Fan a huge boost in his speed. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, he suddenly stopped Fen Qi and flapped his 8 black fiery wings. Both of them disappeared from the 6-winged clan in an instant and reappeared 200,000 li away in the sea region. 200,000 li in one move. Such speed was already comparable to that of a void inquiry stage old monster. So fast. Young master, you're so fast. Really fast. Fen Qi was both shocked and delighted. Her speech was somewhat incoherent. That joy was because she saw that the devil wings that she had awakened could actually reach such a terrifying speed. Ning Fan was speechless. Young master is so fast was not a compliment to a man. He remained silent for a while. He was very satisfied with the 8 black burning wings that were fused with the demon wings and devil wings. Thank you. What? Fen Qi snuggled in Ning Fan's arms. She could not believe her ears. She was just helping Ning Fan awaken his devil wings, but she actually made him thank her. From now on, you will be my devil concubine. I'm very satisfied with your ability to awaken my devil wings. Devil concubine. Fen Qi lowered her head. Her eyes were filled with hesitation. No one knew what she was thinking. The 8 black wings were flowing with black flames. They looked strange and magnificent. Ning Fan flapped his 8 black burning wings and turned into a ray of black flames. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the 6-winged clan. When he showed the wings to Yu Lingkong, she was naturally very surprised. It was her first time seeing a cultivator cultivate a pair of wings that were at the heavenly demon or heavenly devil realm. 3 days later, Ning Fan and Xian Yi came to an agreement on many matters regarding the 6-winged clan. They decided to retain the autonomy of the 6-winged clan. Ning Fan would only be the leader of the 6-winged clan in name. However, he could use the spiritual herbs and immortal jade of the 6-winged clan whenever he wanted. Since the matter regarding the 6-winged clan was settled, Ning Fan no longer had the intention to stay. He brought Yu Lingkong and Fen Qi along and flew towards the giant devil clan. Fen Qi was a devil concubine, but she was already Ning Fan's devil concubine. Naturally, she no longer belonged to the six-winged clan. He was not in a hurry. He did not need to waste immortal jade to activate the moon portals. Hence, he was able to adapt to his increased speed. Before he left, Xian Yi mysteriously handed Ning Fan a jade slip. What was recorded in it was actually the devil concubines of the other three devil clans. To the four great demon clans, the birth of a demon concubine was the hope of the clan's resurgence. Xian Yi had also sent out countless spies to gather information about the other three clans. According to the information he received, the giant devil clan did not have a devil concubine in this generation. As for the Mist Horn clan and the Ghost Eye clan, there were female cultivators who were suspected to be devil concubines. There were a few candidates who were suspected to be devil concubines. If Ning Fan needs them, he could investigate them himself. The contents of the jade slip made Ning Fan ponder deeply. Xian Yi gave Fen Qi to Ning Fan. Could it be that he was expecting Ning Fan to snatch the devil concubines of the other two clans? Since Fen Qi was a six-winged devil concubine who could awaken her wings, it was highly likely that the other devil concubines of the other two clans also had a mystical power that was compatible with the bloodline of their clans. Thus, they could help Ning Fan improve his strength. The only thing that puzzled him was the giant demon clan. The giant demon clan didn't have a demon concubine, so when the three clans appeared, only the giant demon clan's phenomenon appeared for a moment before disappearing. The giant demon clan doesn't have a devil statue slate. They don't have their own devil concubine either. Is it because they had pledged allegiance to the Thunder Sovereign, or the giant demon clan is different from the other three clans? Ning Fan vaguely felt that the so-called giant demon clan was not as simple as he imagined. There is a rumor in the Endless Sea that the Void Refinement Realm ancestor of the giant demon clan died in battle. Then, the clan declined and became the weakest among the four clans of the Hidden Ocean. However, is it really like this? Ning Fan accelerated his speed to its maximum. After flying for more than a month, he had traveled across 2 billion li. The 8 black burning wings inherited the advantage of the Fu Li demon wings. It had spirit and it did not consume any magic power to fly. Yu Lingkong was surprised by Ning Fan's speed while Fen Qi was surprised by his endurance. Young Master Zhou, this is unbelievable. You have been flying continuously for a month and you actually did not consume any magic power at all. You really can last for a long time. I have a whole new level of respect for you. She was almost obsessed with devil wings. The miraculousness of Ning Fan's devil wings was enough for her to study for the rest of her life. You also know about Little Cucumber's endurance. The endurance that Yu Lingkong mentioned was obviously different from Fen Qi's. After all, Fen Qi was still a virgin. Ning Fan was not interested in such a meaningless topic. In the sea water that was as dark as ink, Ning Fan was like an arrow that was shot from a bow. He carried the two ladies and dashed across the waves. In 1 month's time, his control over the speed of the 8 black burning wings had already reached a very precise level. They were getting closer and closer to the giant devil clan. They had already arrived at the Devil Ice Sea domain. The place where the sea and the sky met was filled with wind and snow. Occasionally, there would be icebergs floating in the sea. There were also many ferocious beasts hiding in the sea. There was even no lack of wild beasts. However, none of the ferocious beasts dared to block Ning Fan's path. The continuous wind and snow seemed to have a great effect on spirit sense. It was extremely easy to get lost while flying in the boundless sea of snow. In the wind and snow, there would be cultivators coming and going from time to time. Because of the heavy wind and snow, they could not see Ning Fan and his group's faces clearly. However, as soon as they saw the terrifying speed of Ning Fan's 8 black burning wings, each of the Gold Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm experts were greatly shocked. None of them dared to provoke Ning Fan. Even some divine transformation realm old monsters who had been living in seclusion were greatly frightened when they saw Ning Fan's speed. They only thought that Ning Fan was a void refinement realm senior. This person must be a void refinement realm senior who is famous in the rain world. Unfortunately, we are separated by the heavy wind and snow. I can't catch a glimpse of senior's elegant demeanor. What a pity. Many experts let out a long sigh after passing by Ning Fan. Yu Lingkong had once traveled across the endless sea. She was extremely familiar with the sea routes. With her guidance, Ning Fan would certainly not get lost. In the Devil Ice Sea domain, there were a few regions where sea beasts gathered. To ordinary cultivators, it was a dangerous place and they would need to take a detour to get around them. However, Ning Fan and his group were extremely strong. There was no need for them to avoid the ferocious beasts. Thus, they directly moved forward in a straight line. Amidst the wind and snow, the sounds of fighting could be heard from afar. Ning Fan retracted his light and scanned the area with his spirit sense. This sea domain was the habitat of a certain kind of whale dragons. The sounds of fighting that could be heard through the heavy wind and snow were mixed with the screams of cultivators and the roars of whale dragons. Without a doubt, some cultivators had been attacked by a group of whale dragons. In this group of whale dragons, the ones with the highest cultivation base were just 2 wild beasts. As for the group of cultivators who were besieged, the highest cultivation base was only at the peak nascent soul realm. It seemed like they were attacked by the whale dragons when they were passing by the sea domain. This kind of battle could be seen everywhere in the cultivation world. With Ning Fan's cold and detached personality, he had never been bothered to get involved in such matters. However, since he had retracted his light, he decided to intervene this time. It was because that group of cultivators had the emblem of the giant devil clan on their robes. Little Cucumber, they are members of the giant devil clan. Do you want to help them? Yu Lingkong asked. With my friendship with the giant devil clan, it's just a small effort. I can lend them a hand. The two of you, wait here for a while. I will be back soon. Chi Ning Fan turned into a ray of light and disappeared without a trace. The surface of the Black Sea in the distance was densely covered with broken ice. On top of the broken ice, more than 100 cultivators were engaged in a fierce battle with the group of whale dragons. Among the 100 cultivators, there were 70 Gold Core Realm cultivators and 30 Nascent Soul Realm cultivators. The leader of the group was a burly man with a cultivation base at the peak Nascent Soul Realm. That burly man's cultivation base was at the peak of the Nascent Soul Realm, but there was a jade-colored astral spirit floating around his body. It was obvious that he was a cultivator at the first level of the Jade Life Realm, and he could fight against a wild beast with just his physical body. Carrying a human-sized ginseng spirit herb on his shoulder, he was fighting among the whale dragons single-handedly. His whole body was bathed in blood. Only 50 whale dragons were dispatched from the whale dragon group. Among the 50 whale dragons, apart from 2 early-stage wild beasts, the rest were all nascent soul beasts. Nascent soul-level whale dragons were thousands of feet long, far larger than other beasts of the same level. The desolate beast whale dragons were tens of thousands of feet long. Their snow-white bodies were like moving icebergs. Although the burly man at the peak of the nascent soul realm was at the Jade Life Realm, the skin and flesh of a whale dragon were too thick. Just a single whale dragon at the peak of the nascent soul realm could withstand an attack from a divine transformation realm cultivator. As for the desolate beast-level whale dragon, its physical defense was even more terrifying. The peak Yuanfeng cultivator unleashed his low-grade divine transformation body art again and again, but he couldn't break through the defense of the wild beast whale dragon. Motherfucker. This 30,000-year-old ice ginseng is for eldest Mrs. treatment. You bastards, how dare you steal eldest Mrs. medicine? I'll fight you to the death. Boom. 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 The burly cultivator ignited his nascent soul, and his eyes were filled with madness. His fists were surrounded by a jade color, and the fist radiance was comparable to the desperate attack of an early-stage divine transformation realm cultivator. However, even such a powerful attack couldn't leave any wounds on the bodies of the two wild beasts. Seeing the cultivators who came with him dying in the mouth of the whale dragons one after another, the burly cultivator's eyes turned red. These were his brothers who risked their lives to find the medicine for eldest Mississippi. Before they could return to the clan to claim the credit, they were targeted by this group of whale dragons. How hateful! Brothers, let's fight with this group of whale dragons and fight our way out. Whoever survives in the end will be responsible for bringing the 30,000-year-old ice ginseng back to the clan. Kill! One by one, the cultivators of the giant demon clan ignited their nascent souls and shattered their gold cores. It was obvious that they were going to fight to the death with the whale dragons. Many cultivators transformed into their giant bodies, and each of them was thousands of feet tall. However, such a giant body was not worth mentioning in front of the whale dragons. They were still as small as ants. Ah! Blood-curdling screams could be heard as the cultivators of the giant demon clan were swallowed alive by the whale dragons. Even the burly cultivator who was at the peak of the nascent soul realm was hit by two of the wild beast whale dragons. It was as if he had been hit by an iceberg that was tens of thousands of feet tall. He vomited blood and was severely injured. His eyes were filled with despair. Damn it! It seems like my life is going to end here today. Who is it? Just as the burly cultivator was about to give up all hope, a figure in snow-white clothes suddenly appeared in the wind and snow. There was no sign at all. No one knew how he came to this place. The speed of that young man was far beyond the comprehension of these nascent soul realm and gold core realm cultivators. There was no trace of emotion in the eyes of that young man. When he looked at the whale dragons and the cultivators of the giant demon clan, it was as if he was looking at the wind and snow. It was as if he was looking at the scenery. Only the burly cultivator at the peak of the nascent soul realm was the most knowledgeable. When he saw the traces of smoke that the young man used to move, his eyes immediately lit up with joy. Divine Transformation Realm Cultivator. This friend must be a Divine Transformation Realm Cultivator. I, Zhao Shuai, have a favor to ask of you. Bring this 30,000-year-old ice ginseng back to the giant demon clan. I promise you that if you bring this ice ginseng back, not only will the giant demon clan reward you 10 times the price of the ice ginseng, they will also treat you as a distinguished guest. The man whose name was Zhao Shuai was already trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. He knew that he would not be able to escape from the whale dragon's encirclement. As for this white-robed young man who suddenly appeared, it was impossible for him to help a group of strangers. Perhaps, he would even help the whale dragons to kill them and seize their treasures. Zhao Shuai could only hope that this young man would be willing to help him bring the ice ginseng back to the giant demon clan. This ice ginseng was of great significance to the giant demon clan. If he brings it back, the reward would be at least 10 times the price of the ice ginseng. Moreover, he would be able to gain the favor of the giant demon clan. He reckoned that this unfamiliar white-robed young man would not reject such a good deal. Zhao Shuai could not see the young man's face clearly because of the wind and snow. Otherwise, he would certainly recognize the young man's identity. It was Ning Fan who had shaken the entire endless sea. Ning Fan indifferently glanced at Zhao Shuai without saying anything. At the next moment, his sword sense swept across the area. A drop of thick ink spread on the glacier. In just an instant, all 50 whale dragons were minced into pieces by his sword sense regardless of their cultivation bases. Their blood dyed the glacier red. A strong baleful qi spread out from Ning Fan's body. Under this baleful qi, each of the cultivators of the giant demon clan felt as if their gold cores and nascent souls were about to shatter. They could not withstand the aura force of Ning Fan's gaze at all. All the members of the giant demon clan who were lucky enough to survive were stunned. Zhao Shuai, in particular, felt as if his heart was about to leap out of his throat when he saw the wild beast whale's corpse that had been smashed into countless pieces. He killed all the whale dragons instantly with a single strike, including the 2 wild beasts. None of them could resist him at all. What kind of strength is this? Is there really an expert at this level in the Endless Sea? Who is this person? Zhao Shuai tried his best to recognize Ning Fan's appearance through the heavy wind and snow. When he vaguely saw Ning Fan's face, even a tough man like Zhao Shuai was nearly paralyzed with fear. It's him. He is Zhou Ming, the revered Ming who killed a Void Refinement Realm expert with a single punch. Killing a Void Refinement Realm expert with a single punch. In the Endless Sea where Divine Transformation Realm experts reigned supreme and the Reign Immortal world where Void Refinement Realm experts were rare, killing a Void Refinement Realm expert with a single punch was a terrifying concept. Chapter 447. With Ning Fan's current strength, he could directly activate his sword sense to kill a nascent soul beast and a wild beast without any effort at all. After the glacier was dyed with blood, Ning Fan flicked his sleeve in a practiced manner. A strong gust of wind blew in the surroundings and collected the demon cores of the 50 whale dragons one by one. As a professional killer, of course, he had to collect the demon cores. Zhao Shuai and the other cultivators of the giant demon clan wore shocked expressions and did not even dare to breathe loudly. Gradually, everyone recognized Ning Fan's appearance. He was a person who could command the winds and clouds in the Endless Sea. Who would not know about him? In white, Ning Fan was conferred as a revered elder of the Great Heaven Palace by the Rain Palace. Rumor has it that he was even favored by the white-robed sword god, Yun Tianjue. Many cultivators of the righteous path were afraid of his identity. In recent months, the Zhou clan of the Internal Sea had spread a rumor that Ning Fan was a friend of the Zhou clan. His words made countless devil cultivators in the Endless Sea fear Ning Fan deeply. None of them dared to provoke him. Putting aside the background of the Rain Palace and the Zhou clan, Ning Fan's personal strength had also skyrocketed. From the time he annihilated a divine transformation realm being in the external Endless Sea to the day where he became one of the 8 venerated beings of the Internal Sea step by step, to the recent rumors of him fighting a 6-winged realm expert and killing a Void Refinement realm expert with a single punch, his devil name made countless old monsters tremble in fear. Since the 6-winged clan had successfully attached themselves to Ning Fan, they naturally wanted to exaggerate Ning Fan's reputation in order to have a better deterrent effect. Under Xian Yi's unbridled exaggeration, Ning Fan's battle achievements in the 6-winged clan were spread far and wide. Moreover, they were exaggerated to a certain extent. It was rumored that the 6-winged clan of the 4 clans of the Hidden Sea was besieged by 4 great forces. Among them were the Ghost Eye clan, the Mist Horn clan, and other top forces of the Devil race, the Demon Sealing sect, which was one of the 8 venerable forces of the Internal Endless Sea, and the Lanling sect, a top force of the Righteous Path. Rumor has it that the 4 clans had sent out 2 Void Refinement Realm experts and 2 illusory Void Refinement Realm experts to attack the 6-winged clan. However, Ning Fan single-handedly turned the tide and defeated the 4 forces alone, saving the 6-winged clan and becoming the leader of the 6-winged clan. According to rumors, the lord of the Demon Sealing sect, Lu Jiefan, was a dignified illusory Void Realm old monster who was just a step away from attaining the Void Refinement Realm. However, he actually did not have the strength to fight back in front of Ning Fan. He risked his life to merge with his spiritual puppet and turned into a Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppet. However, he was killed by Ning Fan's fists. Rumor has it that Ning Fan's Hongyan Yulinkong was already an early Void Refinement Realm expert. Moreover, she had unrivaled strength among Void Glimpse stage experts. Rumor has it that Ning Fan possessed 3 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets. After obtaining Lu Jiefan's spiritual puppet, he already had 4 Void Glimpse stage spiritual puppets. The combat power of these 4 spiritual puppets could sweep across the entire Internal Sea. Earth-shaking rumors spread out in the entire Endless Sea. In the endless sea, it was impossible for even the old monsters who lived in seclusion to not recognize Ning Fan. With Ning Fan's current strength, he could kill a void glimpse stage-old monster. This strength was enough for him to run amok in the rain world. In addition to his spiritual puppets and beauties, Ning Fan's reputation alone was equivalent to the total reputation of 6 void glimpse stage experts. It had even overshadowed some of the peak forces in the rain world which were guarded by void refinement realm experts. Putting aside the fact that the Zhou clan and the Ghost Eye clan had an unfathomable foundation, the Misthorn clan only had 3 void refinement realm experts in their clan. Even a colossal being like the Misthorn clan would not dare to provoke Ning Fan easily. Moreover, after Ning Fan killed Lu Jiefan, many devil cultivators in the internal sea beat him when he was down in order to curry favor with him. They annihilated the declining demon sealing sect in one fell swoop, leaving no one alive. Out of the 8 venerated beings in the internal sea, only 7 of them were left. The demon sealing sect was removed from the list forever. Zhao Shuai and the other cultivators of the giant devil clan would never have thought that they would actually have the chance to see Ning Fan's face with their own eyes in this lifetime. However, in their eyes, this fate was not a fate but an ill-fated fate. Even though Ning Fan's reputation was great, it was all because he killed people. He also had a bad reputation of being a playboy who killed people for their treasures. The only thing he did not have was a good reputation. Ning Fan was indeed powerful. However, he was an out-and-out devil lord. What good things could happen to them if they encountered a devil lord like him? Zhao Shuai did not believe that a great devil lord like Ning Fan would be kind enough to save a group of strangers like them. His mind raced, trying to guess the reason why Ning Fan saved them. He could only think of 3 possibilities. The first possibility was that Ning Fan had his eyes on the 30,000 years old ice ginseng and he came here to kill them for their treasures. After killing the whale dragon, he would also kill Zhao Shuai and the others to take away the ice ginseng. He did not have the intention to save them at all. The second possibility was that Ning Fan had annihilated the demon sealing sect and the giant devil clan. Zhao Shuai and the others were all cultivators of the giant devil clan. Ning Fan most likely wanted to search their souls and memories after killing them to obtain some information about the giant devil clan. The third possibility was that Ning Fan was just bored and wanted to kill people for fun. Killing people for fun was naturally the more he killed, the better. After killing the whale dragon, he would certainly not let Zhao Shuai and the others go. In a place like the Endless Sea, none of the old monsters who could cultivate to the Gold Core realm or Nascent Soul realm were fools. Each of the cultivators of the giant devil clan exchanged glances with each other. All of them thought of the 3 possibilities and could not help but break out in cold sweat. No matter which possibility it was, the result would still be death. The joy of surviving a calamity that had just risen in their hearts immediately vanished and they fell into despair once again. None of them could imagine that Ning Fan was really just trying to save them and did not have any intention to kill them. Well, it was no wonder that they misunderstood Ning Fan. Who would have thought that a devil lord who was notorious for killing people would save a group of strangers? Who's the leader? Ning Fan's indifferent eyes coldly scanned across the crowd. Just a single glance seemed to be able to see through everyone's mind. We are the medicine-seeking guards of the giant devil clan. I'm Zhao Shuai, the leader of this group. Greetings to venerated Ming. Thank you for saving our lives. When Zhao Shuai heard that Ning Fan was actually asking him a question instead of killing him immediately, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he immediately bowed respectfully. He realized that Ning Fan did not seem to have the intention to kill them. Even though he did not understand why Ning Fan would be so kind to them, he felt extremely fortunate. He tried his best to suppress his fear towards Ning Fan and answered Ning Fan's questions truthfully without daring to be negligent. The cultivators of the giant devil clan at the side also noticed the hint of gentleness in Ning Fan's tone. There was no killing intent in his tone. Thus, they felt relieved and greeted him respectfully. Greetings to venerated Ming. You guys know me? Ning Fan was slightly surprised. He had been running around and busying himself. He did not expect that his name in the Internal Sea had already become so well known. A random group of unfamiliar cultivators could actually recognize him. Venerated Ming's great name has shaken the entire universe. Who doesn't know you in the Internal Sea? Even though we are ignorant and inexperienced, how could we not know about you? Zhao Shuai said respectfully. Ning Fan remained silent for a while. Then, his gaze fell on a human-sized ice ginseng on Zhao Shuai's shoulder. Immediately, Zhao Shuai's heart thumped and he cursed inwardly. Could it be that Ning Fan has taken a fancy to the ice ginseng and wants to snatch it from him? Previously, you said that this ice ginseng is the item to treat the young mistress of the giant devil clan, right? Are you talking about Miss Feng Shuian? Ning Fan asked indifferently. Yes. Zhao Shuai's face was filled with bitterness. If Ning Fan wants to snatch the treasure, he certainly would not be able to stop him. What illness does she have? Venerated Ming, the illness that the young mistress has is extremely strange. She often shows symptoms of fever. No one knows exactly what illness it is. However, she needs something extremely cold to protect her body. This ice ginseng is also one of the main ingredients needed to treat the young mistress' illness. This time, venerated giant of my clan will use the Void Inquiry Pill to organize a pill ceremony with the Pill Island and invite pill refinement grandmasters to participate in the pill ceremony. The top 3 pill refinement masters in the pill ceremony will be rewarded with a Void Inquiry Pill if they can complete venerated giant's request and concoct a life-saving pill for the young mistress. This ice ginseng is a necessary ingredient for that life-saving pill. If I don't have this ice ginseng, venerated giant will certainly not spare me. I hope that venerated Ming will be magnanimous and not take this medicine. Zhao Shuai's tone was filled with pleading. He had heard that Ning Fan was cold and heartless. However, after witnessing it with his own eyes, he realized that even though Ning Fan's personality was cold, he did not look like a bloodthirsty person. Thus, he still pleaded with Ning Fan, hoping that Ning Fan would not snatch the ice ginseng. Zhao Shuai naturally did not know that Ning Fan did not have the intention to snatch the treasure from him at all. Feng Shuian was Su Qiuling's best friend. This ice ginseng was meant to save her life. How could Ning Fan be a beast and snatch it from her? What Ning Fan was concerned about was the pill ceremony and the Void Inquiry Pill that Zhao Shuai mentioned. In order to cure Feng Shuian's illness, venerated giant of the giant devil clan joined forces with the Pill Island to organize the pill ceremony and invited pill refinement masters to participate in the pill refinement competition. They even offered a precious Void Inquiry Pill as a reward. The Void Inquiry Pill was a mid-grade 6th revolution pill. A single Void Inquiry Pill could allow Void Glimpse stage-old monsters whose magic power had reached a bottleneck to improve their Void comprehension. If their Void comprehension breaks through the bottleneck of the Void Inquiry stage, they would be able to advance to the mid-Void refinement realm in one go. Even for cultivators who had already broken through to the Void Inquiry stage, consuming a Void Inquiry Pill could also improve their Void comprehension to a certain extent. He did not expect that venerated giant would actually use such a precious pill as a reward to cure his daughter's illness. It was really generous. Recalling what he had seen along the way, Ning Fan vaguely remembered that he had met a few pill refinement masters along the way. All of them were rushing towards the direction of the giant devil clan. The medicinal qi on their bodies was not weak. There were 3rd Revolution Pill Refinement Masters and even 4th Revolution Pill Refinement Masters. Presumably, all of them were here to participate in the pill ceremony. Void Inquiry Pill. Yu's magic power has already reached the limit of the Void Glimpse stage. She just needs to break through the bottleneck of the Void Inquiry stage in order to break through to the mid-Void refinement realm and become a Void Inquiry stage cultivator. If I can get my hands on this pill, I can give it to you, so that she can break through to the Void Inquiry stage in one go. Feng Shuian is Qiuling's sister. For the sake of Qiuling, I have to participate in the pill ceremony this time and save Feng Shuian's life. Moreover, if I can save Feng Shuian's life, I will be rewarded with a void inquiry pill. Of course, I can't miss this grand ceremony. However, the giant devil clan that has fallen from grace actually dares to take out a void inquiry pill as a reward. They sure have guts. A void inquiry pill is a mid-grade 6th revolution pill. In the Rain world, there are only 2 or 3 people who can concoct a pill of this level. Most of the void inquiry pills that are circulating in the world today were obtained from ancient ruins. A single void inquiry pill is enough to make many old monsters who are stuck at the void glimpse stage go crazy. The giant devil clan has such a high-grade pill and they even dared to openly use it as a reward. Aren't they afraid that a void refinement realm old monster will invade the giant devil clan and snatch it from them? They dare to openly possess a mid-grade 6th revolution pill, but they are not afraid that others will snatch it from them. This giant devil clan really doesn't seem to be as simple as I thought. Even though Ning Fan had yet to arrive at the giant devil clan, he began to feel a little wary of them. It was a kind of sharp intuition. Compared to the Ghost Eye clan and the Misthorn clan who acted in an arrogant and high-profile manner, the giant devil clan, which was also one of the 4 clans of the Hidden Ocean, was just too low-key. Don't worry. I have a friendly relationship with the giant devil clan. I won't snatch your ice ginseng. However, you need to imprint a copy of the information regarding the pill ceremony and hand it to me. After all, I am also a pill refinement master. I am quite interested in this pill ceremony. Yes, yes. I will imprint a jade slip and hand it over to Senior right now. As soon as Zhao Shuai heard that Ning Fan was neither going to kill him nor snatch his medicine, he felt relieved. He immediately took out a jade slip with a smile and imprinted all the information he knew onto it before handing it to Ning Fan. Zhao Shuai did not believe that the great devil Ning was a pill refinement master. After all, the art of pill refinement was extremely difficult to learn. It required one to calm down and explore it. In Zhao Shuai's impression, a devil lord who killed people without batting an eyelid would certainly be a person with an impatient mind. How could it be possible for him to calm down and learn the art of pill refinement? He did not care whether Ning Fan's words were true or false. As long as Ning Fan did not kill him or snatch his medicine, he could easily imprint countless copies of some insignificant information. It was not worth mentioning at all. After he received the jade slip, his eyes suddenly narrowed before he could read it with his spirit sense. He saw a few sneers coming from the clouds in the west. Each of them carried an inexplicable sarcasm. Oh! Isn't this fellow Taoist the newly promoted revered elder of the Great Heaven Palace, venerated Ming? Is he also here to participate in the pill ceremony? Tisk tsk. I didn't expect that the white-robed sword god's disciple would have a pill refinement master instead of a sword cultivator. How interesting. I really admire you. I wonder what revolution his pill refinement mastery is at. Is it the 2nd revolution or the 3rd revolution? Hee hee. It's not that we look down on venerated Ming. It's just that the great Tao of pill refinement emphasizes one's temperament the most. A murderous devil lord with an impatient mind won't be able to go far in the Tao of pill refinement. Ning Fan's eyes flickered slightly. All of a sudden, he reached out with his 5 fingers and tore at the clouds, forming a flaming claw made of black flames as if it was going to tear heaven and earth apart. The force of the claw was comparable to a void glimpse stage attack. It immediately tore layers of the hollow space apart, causing wind and snow to swirl in the opposite direction and sea waves to rise to the sky within 100,000 li. As the hollow space shattered, 5 old men who were dressed like pill refinement masters appeared in a disheveled manner. Each of them was coughing out blood non-stop and their faces were filled with shock. All of them were outstanding pill refinement masters of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. Each of them had pill refinement mastery of the 4th revolution and above. One of them even had pill refinement mastery that was close to the fifth revolution. All of them were the subordinates of the seventh prince of the Rain Palace, Yun Jinghong. Yun Jinghong and Yun Tianjue had always been on bad terms. Naturally, his subordinates would not be polite to Ning Fan either. Not only did Ning Fan have a close relationship with Yun Tianjue, but he had also killed Revered Yen. Revered Yen was a member of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. There were countless people in the Scarlet Heaven Palace who wanted to find trouble with Ning Fan. Of course, these people definitely did not want to take revenge for Revered Yen. They just did not want to be bullied by the members of the Great Heaven Palace. Even though the five of them were pill refinement masters with extraordinary pill refinement mastery, their cultivation bases were just average. All of them were just at the mid to late divine transformation realm. Ning Fan's casual attack was comparable to the attack of a void glimpse stage expert. How could the five of them withstand it? The five old men trembled in fear. When they passed by this place, they coincidentally bumped into Ning Fan, who was rescuing someone. After recognizing Ning Fan's identity as a revered elder of the Great Heaven Palace, they wanted to mock him. After all, he was a profound sect of the righteous path. They did not advocate fighting and killing each other. Instead, they advocated scheming and scheming against each other. They were members of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. They were not on good terms with the Great Heaven Palace. Therefore, it was naturally a great opportunity for them to discuss the Great Heaven Palace. They had just entered the Internal Sea and had never heard of Ning Fan's reputation. They did not expect that the person they were mocking was actually an expert of this level. Moreover, Ning Fan's ruthlessness had far exceeded their expectations. He did not waste time talking or arguing with them at all. He did not even bother to see who the people who were mocking him were. He directly attacked and killed them without hesitation. Ruthless. He was a ruthless man. He drew his sword and killed someone just because of a disagreement. He was a lunatic like Yun Tianjue. Moreover, his strength was so terrifying. How could they provoke him? If they had known that Ning Fan was so ruthless, they would not have come to humiliate the members of the Great Heaven Palace out of boredom. They must have had nothing better to do. Facing Ning Fan's void glimpse stage attack, they knew that they would definitely die. They could not even resist or escape. At the moment when they were about to die, a golden fire palm that stretched for 1,000 li suddenly slammed down from the sky. It carried the aura force of a void inquiry stage attack and clashed with Ning Fan's gigantic black fire claw. Samadhi Fire Palm. Ning Fan had seen and learned this technique before. It was a low-grade mortal void magic technique of the Rain Palace. The person who unleashed this palm attack obviously had an extremely profound level of control over flames. In his hands, the destructive power of a mere low-grade mortal void magic technique was actually comparable to some mid-grade mortal void magic techniques. If this person uses a mid-grade mortal void magic technique with his void inquiry stage cultivation base, wouldn't he be able to put up a fight against a void pure stage expert? When the fire palm and the fire claw collided, sky-covering waves of fire swept across the sky and cancelled each other out. Among the waves of fire, an elderly man in golden robes appeared. He appeared in front of the 5 pill refinement masters of the Scarlet Heaven Palace and saved them. The elderly man in golden robes glanced at the 5 of them. When he saw that all of them were severely injured, his eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Even though he tried to save them, he was still one step too late after all, causing the 5 of them to be injured by Ning Fan. The elderly man in golden robes glanced at Ning Fan coldly. His eyes were filled with anger and met Ning Fan's gaze. "I'm the Palace Lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, Missouri Shio. You are a revered elder of the Great Heaven Palace while the 5 of them are the revered elders of my Scarlet Heaven Palace. Just because of a few words, you want to kill the revered elders of my Scarlet Heaven Palace. Isn't that too much?" The elderly man in golden robes said coldly. A dignified revered elder of the Scarlet Heaven Palace actually hid in the clouds and insulted others. In a place like the endless sea, it serves you right even if you die because of this. Humph. You sharp-tongued brat. Even if your strength is comparable to a void glimpse stage expert, it's still not worth mentioning in my eyes. If it wasn't because of the Rain Sovereign's order not to touch you, I will certainly teach you a lesson today. The golden-robed old man let out a cold snort. He waved his sleeve, creating layers of flames, and brought his 5 subordinates toward the giant demon clan. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. That golden-robed elderly man was very strong. He was definitely not any weaker than King Yinglong. If it wasn't because of his interference, Ning Fan would certainly have killed the 5 rascals without leaving any survivors. The 5 of them would have ended the battle with just severe injuries. He didn't like to talk nonsense. He would always kill those who came looking for death. The Palace Master of the Scarlet Heaven Palace. The conflict between the Scarlet Heaven Palace and the Great Heaven Palace was much more complicated than he imagined. He knew that the Rain Emperor was suspicious of Yun Tianjue, yet he had never imagined that the Great Heaven Palace, which was under Yun Tianjue's command, would actually be targeted by the other palace lords. As the #1 righteous sect in the Rain world, the Rain Palace seemed to have a lot of dirty dealings within its internal department. Just as Ning Fan was deep in thought, the cultivators of the giant devil clan at the side were already petrified. What did they see? They actually saw Ning Fan make a move. A single claw actually tore apart 100,000 miles of the void. Too strong. They also saw the clash between Ning Fan and Mo Xiu. That destructive power was really earth-shattering. Is this the power of a void refinement realm battle? From afar, Yu Lingkong and Fen Qi noticed the fluctuations of the battle and hurried over. The two of them looked at Ning Fan with their beautiful eyes filled with worry. Both of their appearances were peerless beauties in the cultivation world, especially Yu Lingkong. Her beauty was as faint as moonlight, as if she did not belong to this world. It made Zhao Shuai and the other men breathe heavily. However, they quickly lowered their heads, not daring to look at Yu Lingkong. Even a fool could guess that these two women had a close relationship with Ning Fan. Who would dare to peek at Ning Fan's women? Little Cucumber, what happened? I sensed the fluctuations of a battle. The other party is very strong. At least, he is unrivaled among Void Inquiry stage experts. Don't worry. It's just a small matter. 6 old dogs have come to bite you. As a human, can you still bite them back? Ning Fan smiled faintly and did not mention anything about what happened just now. Then, he turned around and said to Zhao Shuai. We are going to the giant devil clan. Little friend, please lead the way. Yes. It's my honor to be able to lead the way for revered Ming. Little friend. Ning Fan actually addressed Zhao Shuai as little friend. Ning Fan's bone age was only 500 but Zhao Shuai was already more than 1,000 years old. In the cultivation world, seniority was determined by one's cultivation level. Bone age was secondary. Zhao Shuai kept addressing Ning Fan as senior. Thus, Zhao Shuai naturally referred to Ning Fan as little friend. The current Ning Fan was already so strong that he was regarded as a junior everywhere. Zhao Shuai and the other cultivators of the giant devil clan cleaned up the battlefield. They kept their companions' corpses and the whale dragons' remains that were floating on the surface of the sea. Ning Fan was not interested in these whale dragons' remains. However, to these juniors, they were all supreme materials for refining treasures. After all, the whale dragon's defensive capabilities were obvious to all. Ning Fan did not kill the cultivators of the giant devil clan. Moreover, he was extremely strong. Thus, Zhao Shuai was naturally very willing to lead the way for Ning Fan. He took out a devil boat magic treasure, intending to carry Ning Fan on his journey. Ning Fan indifferently glanced at the devil boat. When he saw that it was just a nascent soul realm escape treasure, he shook his head. Your speed is too slow. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan flicked his sleeves. Countless traces of black flames and smoke appeared around him. He had displayed a teleportation technique. Teleportation technique allowed one to fly while carrying someone. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, even if he did not summon the 8 black burning wings, his teleportation speed was already close to the standard of a void refinement realm cultivator. With just a single teleportation, he traveled 70,000 li. This kind of speed shocked Zhao Shuai and the other cultivators of the giant devil clan. They had never experienced flying at such a high speed in their entire lives. Each of the low-level cultivators' eyes were filled with excitement. To them, this flight was definitely an extremely precious experience. However, if they knew that this speed was far beyond Ning Fan's maximum speed, how surprised would they be? Little Cucumber, what are you thinking about? Yu Lingkong looked at Ning Fan, who was frowning slightly, and asked. I'm thinking about the strangeness of the giant devil clan. I'm wondering if Chuling is doing well. Ning Fan's expression was solemn. He could not see through the foundation of the giant devil clan. Oh. Hearing that Ning Fan was thinking about another woman, Yu Lingkong's brows knitted together. She really wanted to kick Ning Fan, but she did not understand the reason. I'm still thinking if I should give you a gift. Ning Fan was also thinking about the pill ceremony and the void inquiry pill. What gift? As soon as she heard that Ning Fan was going to give her a gift, Yu Lingkong's brows relaxed and she smiled proudly. At least Little Cucumber is sensible. He even knows to give me a gift. It's a secret. Ning Fan's act of keeping her in suspense made her feel that he was asking for a beating. He was asking for a lesson. She refused to believe that she, the dignified female tyrant of the internal sea, could not handle a Little Cucumber. Tonight, she would definitely give him a good beating. Let's see if he still dares to keep her in suspense in the future. Chapter 448. The giant demon race had more than 400 subordinate islands and 13 subordinate demon nations in the demonic ice sea. Different from the 3 great devil clans that were suppressing the tranquil ocean, the giant devil clan had attached themselves to the Thunder Sovereign and had developed by leaps and bounds. Among all the islands and devil kingdoms, the largest island was called the Cold Northern Island. It occupied an area of 70 million square kilometers. The biggest country was called the Northern Yang country. It was almost as big as a high-grade cultivation country in the Rain world. Most of the members of the giant devil clan lived in the Northern Yang country. The pill ceremony this time was also held in the Northern Yang country. Su Chuling was also in Northern Yang. After entering the inner region of the Devil Ice Sea, Ning Fan slowed down his speed slightly. Along the way, he learned about the local customs and practices of the forces on the various islands of the giant devil clan. Every island was guarded by the giant devil clan's devil guards. Fiendish cultivators came and went in the sea region, but few dared to cause trouble in the inner regions of the devilish ice sea. When the pill ceremony was held, countless old monsters of the endless sea came from all directions, hoping to watch this grand ceremony. The giant demon islands became even more bustling with cultivators coming and going in an endless stream. Along the way, Ning Fan slowed down his speed and enjoyed the scenery along the way with Yu Lingkong and Fen Chi. One had to admit that the scenery of the sea domain of the giant devil clan was picturesque like a paradise. It was hard to imagine that this place was a place where devil cultivators gathered. At the beginning of cultivation, the old monster had told Ning Fans this truth. The evil sect and the mysterious sect could not be seen just by looking at their appearance. The righteous and demonic paths only differed in their cultivation methods. It was the human heart that was hard to distinguish between good and evil. Zhao Shuai continued to introduce the local customs and practices of the giant devil clan to them. His expression was rather contented. In the inner sea, the demon ice sea where the giant demon clan was located was publicly recognized as a paradise. This island is called Cold Smoke Island. Its specialty is the cloud smoke spirit ore. This devil kingdom is called the Cold Dew Country. It is the fourth strongest devil kingdom under the rule of the giant devil race. This is, Zhao Shuai tirelessly introduced the customs of the various countries and islands. He was especially excited when he talked about the northern Liang. The cold northern country is where the giant demon clan's ancestral temple is located. It covers an area of 70 million miles, and there are 4 million demonic cultivators living in this country. It is said that the reason why this country is called the Northern Cold Country is because of the lament of the ancestor of the giant devil clan. When will I return to the north and not return to my hometown? The road of cultivation is lonely and my heart is cold. Zhao Shuai continued to talk about the rumors in the cold northern country. Fun Qi had never left the six-winged clan before. This was her first time coming to a country on the ocean. Naturally, she was very interested in the local customs and practices of the giant devil clan. Although Yu Lingkong had been to the giant devil clan before, she hadn't been there many times. Thus, she was interested in Zhao Shuai's words. Ning Fan was the only one who did not listen to Zhao Shuai's words. When he heard the giant demon ancestor sigh, he fell silent. This sigh seemed to touch his heart, making him empathize with the giant demon ancestor. When will I not be able to return to my hometown when I look towards the north? The road of cultivation is lonely and my heart is cold. To cultivators, returning to their hometown is just an extravagant hope. The path of cultivation is bleak and desolate. The Northern Liang, these two words describe the loneliness of cultivators. It is just like the wind and snow. In this wind and snow, there is originally the feeling of loneliness like snow. Ning Fan carefully savored these two sentences. These two sentences were the reflection and sigh of the ancestor of the giant devil clan towards the path of cultivation. Once a cultivator embarks on the path of cultivation, they would have to leave their hometown and travel across the sea of blood alone. They could only look towards their hometown in the north and feel nostalgic, but they would never be able to return to their hometown. This was a lonely path. A lonely path. It was a path of no return. Just like Ning Fan, who was drifting in the rain world, he did not know when he would be able to return to Yu country. The path was right under his feet. However, time and the past were intertwined. It would only get further and further away. Humans could not stop. If they stop, they would only die drunk in the land of love and tenderness. In the end, they would not have the chance to attain the great Tao. The desolate wind and snow that filled the sky seemed to have gradually disappeared. It was not snow. In Ning Fan's mind, each piece of snow was the sigh of a cultivator who had to leave his hometown and wander in the world. The cold northern country. The giant devil clan is indeed very special. This snow is also very special. If I'm not mistaken, this snow is a large-scale magic technique. As Ning Fan comprehended it, he could vaguely see that the wind and snow that filled the sky was actually a large-scale magic technique. It contained a trace of the qi of an expert of the giant devil clan. That qi was similar to Zhao Shuai. It was the bloodline of the giant devil clan. However, it was countless times stronger than Zhao Shuai. This wind and snow was an extremely large-scale magic technique. The range of the magic technique covered the entire Devil Ice Sea, 400 islands and 13 devil countries. Ning Fan could also change the weather with his divine intent of rain. However, the range of his ability to change the weather was definitely not as large as this. The wind and snow were too heaven-defying. Even Void Glimpse stage and Void Inquiry stage old monsters could not do it. This snow is a magic technique of a Void Pierce stage expert. The giant devil clan has a Void Pierce stage expert. A Void Pierce stage expert and a late Void Refinement realm expert. The giant devil clan really cannot be underestimated. Everyone in the world has underestimated the giant devil clan. They are a devil clan that pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger. What about their ancestors dying in battle, and what about their decline? They are all lies. Half a month later, the cold northern country finally appeared in front of them. It was a sea country with snow-capped mountains. Each of the devil cultivators who were guarding the islands wore thick marten coats. Ning Fan stopped his movement light and the group descended. Immediately, they were stopped by groups of devil cultivators. It just so happened that the cold northern country was under martial law and no one was allowed to enter the island. There were also many old monsters from various places who came to participate in the pill ceremony who were stopped outside the island. Each of the old monsters wore an unpleasant expression. Those who could travel thousands of li to the cold northern country were all seniors and experts with great identities. As seniors and experts, they were stopped outside the country and were not allowed to enter. It was really a great loss of face. However, the giant devil clan was guarded by venerated giant. It was one of the 8 venerated beings of the internal sea. No, 7 venerated beings. Venerated giant's cultivation base had reached the half-step void refinement realm. His combat strength was earth-shattering. With him guarding the cold northern country, no one would dare to create trouble here. Each of the old monsters only dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. Besides, not all old monsters were not allowed to enter the cold northern country. Those who were strong and had special identities could also be given special treatment and allowed to enter the island. For example, the people of the Scarlet Heaven Palace who arrived at the cold northern country a step earlier than Ning Fan were not stopped outside the island. Most of them had already entered the country with their special identities. Among the devil guards, there were a few divine transformation realm old monsters. Each of their expressions were cold and arrogant. They carried the pride of the giant devil clan and were not afraid of offending others at all. However, when this group of cold and indifferent cultivators saw Zhao Shuai, all of them showed friendliness and greeted him. The leader of the devil guards, in particular, had a mid-divine transformation realm cultivation base. However, he treated Zhao Shuai as an equal and was especially friendly towards him. Younger brother Zhao, you're back. Oh. Isn't this a 30,000 years old ice ginseng? You actually found this tuft of ice ginseng. Haha. This is really a joyous occasion. Now, we have found another portion of the main medicine to cure the eldest mistress illness. Younger brother Zhao, you've really made a great contribution this time. The members of the giant devil clan were cold to outsiders but they were very emotional to their own people. Ning Fan had already witnessed this before. Even when he was surrounded by the whale dragons, Zhao Shuai did not leave any of his companions behind. All he did was fight to the death against the common enemy. Compared to the profound sects that were full of deceit and deceit, Ning Fan preferred the atmosphere of the giant devil clan. It was full of emotions and it actually gave him a sense of déjà vu from the 7 Apricot City. Hee hee. I'm just lucky. I don't dare to claim credit but for this ice ginseng, we've lost many of our brothers this time. Sigh. Speaking of which, why is the entire northern Liang country under martial law today? What happened? Zhao Shuai let out a long sigh. The sadness in his eyes was not an act. However, he suppressed his sadness and asked about the reason behind the martial law. The martial law in the northern Liang country is not a big deal. It's just because the eldest mistress has gone missing again. Let's not talk about this for now. Younger brother Zhao, the devil guards that you brought with you this time are all elites who have experienced life and death for a long time. Besides, they are members of the giant devil clan. Who dares to snatch the ice ginseng and kill our people in the internal sea? The leader of the devil guards said angrily. Of course, no one dares to provoke our giant devil clan. It's just a group of beasts who are trying to snatch the medicine. Whale dragons. After hearing that their eldest mistress had gone missing, Zhao Shuai and the others seemed to be used to it. They were not worried at all and began to narrate their experiences along the way. What? Whale dragons? Rumor has it that whale dragons appear in groups. Usually, there would be 1 to 2 wild beasts following them. The wild beasts of whale dragons have the toughest skin and flesh. It's really rare for younger brother to be able to escape from them. It's indeed rare. If it wasn't for Senior Zhou's help, I certainly wouldn't have been able to come back. Zhao Shuai's eyes were filled with gratitude as he pointed at Ning Fan. All of a sudden, all the devil guards' gazes gathered on Ning Fan. Before this, they only saw Zhao Shuai and all of them were concerned about him. None of them paid attention to the others at all. Moreover, Ning Fan had concealed his qi. If he did not take the initiative to release his qi, it would be difficult for others to tell that he was an expert. Thus, it was impossible for them to pay attention to him. Now that they heard that Ning Fan had saved Zhao Shuai and the latter addressed him as senior, all of them guessed that Ning Fan was undoubtedly a divine transformation realm expert. The giant devil clan had always been grateful to those who helped them. Since Ning Fan had saved Zhao Shuai, each of the devil guards cupped their fists and prepared to express their gratitude to Ning Fan. However, when the devil guards raised their heads and saw Ning Fan's face clearly, all of their expressions changed drastically within a breath's time. Their breathing became heavier and they were trembling with fear. As for the old monsters who were denied entry to the island and resented the heavens and earth, they also began to pay attention to Ning Fan. As soon as they saw Ning Fan's face, all of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. Venerated Ming. He is venerated Ming. Zhou Ming. Look, isn't that the divine space island lord, Yu Lingkong beside him? It's absolutely true. Zhou Ming is here. This Mo Xiao. No, why did this senior come to our giant devil clan? Brothers, quickly activate the island's grand formation. Quick! Quick! Summon the Jing devil guards, Shang devil guards, Xiu devil guards and Susu to this place. Stop Zhou Ming and protect the giant devil island. Damn it! Send the signal and inform venerated giant. The danger of extermination is upon us. Will we be killed? Will we be killed later? As soon as the devil guards of the giant devil clan found out Ning Fan's identity, they immediately fell into chaos. In a split second, multiple signals soared into the sky. Within a few breaths of time, the entire cold northern country's 70 million li radius was turned on and martial law was enforced. As for those old monsters who were grumbling incessantly just a moment ago, all of them were running for their lives, far away from the northern cold country as they were afraid of getting involved with Ning Fan. Ning Fan had been completely regarded as a malignant star by the giant devil clan. He was regarded as a malignant star who could not distinguish right from wrong and would annihilate the entire clan. Through Su Russian, Ning Fan actually had a friendly relationship with the giant devil clan. However, this friendship was only known to a few of the giant demon's higher-ups. Ordinary clansmen did not know about it. In the hearts of ordinary clan members, wherever Ning Fan goes, there would be a sea of blood. Just a few months ago, Ning Fan had just killed the master of the demon sealing sect, leading to the destruction of the sect. Today, Ning Fan had suddenly descended upon the giant devil clan. A devil lord of this level would cause fear wherever he goes. Ning Fan rubbed his forehead. His infamy and notoriety had actually reached such an extent. As soon as he entered the northern Yang country, he could make the entire country be on high alert. It really made him speechless. Was he a god of plagues? Everyone looked at him like he was a ghost. Of course, even though the entire northern Yang country was on high alert, no one dared to take the initiative to attack Ning Fan for fear of offending him. The heavens had taken pity on them. They only activated their defensive formations and put the entire country on high alert because they were afraid that Ning Fan would kill and destroy the entire country. Ha ha ha. Little cucumber, your reputation is just too great. You're just like a street rat. I'm dying of laughter. Yu Lingkong clutched her stomach and burst into laughter without caring about her image. Fun Chi also covered her mouth seductively with her hands. She wanted to laugh but she did not dare to. She used to think that Ning Fan was a cold-blooded and heartless devil lord. However, after getting along with him during this period of time, she felt that even though Ning Fan's personality was cold, he was only cold to his enemies. He was quite nice to his own people and he was not a bloodthirsty person. Based on her understanding of Ning Fan, if the giant devil clan did not provoke him, he would definitely not destroy an entire country. Looking at Ning Fan's conflicted expression, Fan Qi suddenly felt that this cold and indifferent young man was actually very easygoing and even a little cute. Stop! A dignified shout suddenly resounded from afar. It stopped all the vigilance of the devil guards of the giant devil clan and turned off all the formation lights. It was an elderly man with white hair and white robes. He was the great elder of the giant devil clan and his cultivation base was at the peak divine transformation realm. This old man is the great elder of the giant devil clan, Fu Bai. Greetings to venerated Ming. Our subordinates are ignorant. They don't know the relationship between venerated Ming and our giant devil clan. That's why they acted recklessly. Please forgive us. What great elder Fu Bai said made each of the cultivators of the giant devil clan and the outsiders dumbfounded. Ning Fan actually has a close relationship with the giant devil clan. Then, he didn't come to the giant devil clan to kill and exterminate the entire clan. What's going on? What's going on? Everyone was in a state of confusion. Didn't the rumors say that Ning Fan would kill wherever he goes? According to the rumors, Ning Fan was a god of slaughter. Could it be that the truth was not like that? Ha! Little cucumber, look! They all thought that you came to the giant devil clan to kill people for fun. Yu Lingkong was still laughing. All of a sudden, she felt a sharp pain on her buttocks. Ning Fan had slapped her buttocks hard, causing her flesh to ripple. As her private parts were attacked, a numb and shameful feeling swept across her entire body, making her unable to laugh anymore. Her expression was filled with anger and embarrassment. At the same time, there was a hint of indescribable comfort. She still feels comfortable after being humiliated. How could she be so despicable? Humiliation. Humiliation. She, the dignified Yu Lingkong, the dignified lord of the divine space island and the strongest expert among the 7 venerated beings of the internal sea, was actually slapped by Ning Fan in public. If she doesn't slap him back, would she still be called Yu Lingkong? Hiss! Each of the old monsters rubbed their eyes in disbelief. What did they just see? Yu Lingkong's buttocks were slapped. Isn't Yu Lingkong the female tyrant of the internal sea? Isn't she rumored to have broken through to the void refinement realm and is unrivaled among void glimpse stage experts? How could she still be slapped? This doesn't make sense. Venerated Ming is really powerful. He actually dares to slap a tigress' buttocks. Yu Lingkong was about to lose her temper and slap Ning Fan's buttocks. However, Ning Fan pulled her into his arms and said angrily, "Behave yourself. Otherwise, I will forget about giving you the gift. How dare you? If you don't give me the gift, I will fuck you 100 times. 100 times. Yu Lingkong was very curious about that gift. Even though Ning Fan had taken advantage of her, she did not talk back anymore. Instead, she held back her dissatisfaction and obediently lay in Ning Fan's arms like a submissive kitten. TSK. For the sake of that annoying gift, I'll just submit to Little Cucumber for the time being. However, when she thought that her humiliating behavior had been seen by others, her face immediately turned cold. Her cold eyes swept across the surroundings. She did not look angry at all. Each of the old monsters did not dare to breathe too loudly. One after another, they shifted their gazes away, not daring to look at Yu Lingkong's current disheveled appearance as they were afraid of angering this female tyrant. Scary. Too scary. Ning Fan was scary. His woman was also very scary. Neither of them could be offended. Fu Bai let out a hollow laugh and shifted his gaze away. He did not dare to look at Yu Lingkong, who was in Ning Fan's arms, as he was afraid of offending her. He could only cup his fists at Ning Fan again and said, "Hee hee. The servants were insensible and caused a huge commotion. Please forgive them, venerated Ming. If venerated Ming is willing, this old man can make some compensation for these servants. There's no need for compensation. They did not attack me and they did not cross my bottom line. It's just a misunderstanding. I don't mind it. Ning Fan let go of Yu Lingkong and returned the greeting with a smile. His expression was not arrogant at all. It was as if he had the intention of forgetting all grudges with a smile. His arrogance was the pride that came from his bones. He would not yield to any enemy, but he would not impose it on any of his friends. Each of the old monsters was left speechless. It seemed like their understanding of Ning Fan was just one-sided. Ning Fan did not seem to be as cruel and bloodthirsty as the rumor said. He. Thank you for your magnanimity, fellow Taoist. Due to the martial law in northern Liang being enforced today, there was a small problem. Otherwise, venerated giant, venerated Dong Su and Miss Qiuling would certainly come to welcome you. Fu Bai explained. Qiuling. Ning Fan muttered this name with gentle eyes. It had only been a short period of time since they last met and he really missed her. That woman who was as beautiful as a flower in poetry had spent her entire life to provide for his love. Thinking about the reason for the martial law in northern Liang, Ning Fan suddenly asked. It is said that the reason for the martial law in northern Liang is because the eldest daughter of a noble clan has gone missing. Fellow Taoist Fu, aren't you worried about her safety? Fellow Taoist Zhou, you might not know about this but the eldest daughter's disappearance is not a big deal. She was just being naughty for a moment. Her safety is definitely not a problem. The martial law in northern Liang is just to prevent her from escaping the island. She won't be found by anyone with ulterior motives. Because as long as she wants to hide, even the experts of our clan will not be able to find her even if they use all of their means. He. Let's not talk about this anymore. Currently, venerated giant, venerated Dong Su and Miss Qiuling are dealing with some troublesome matters in the province. If fellow Taoist wants to go to the province, this old man can lead the way. However, before the matter is resolved, I'm afraid fellow Taoist won't be able to see venerated giant for the time being. Troublesome matters? Is there anything I can help you with? Ning Fan was originally unwilling to get involved in the matters of the giant devil clan. However, when he heard that Su Qiuling was also troubled by the troubles of the giant devil clan, he naturally wanted to help her share some of the troubles. Oh. If I have fellow Taoists' help, this matter can be easily resolved. Fellow Taoist, please follow me. We will head to the province as soon as possible. This old man will tell fellow Taoist the whole story along the way. Speaking of which, this matter was caused by the eldest daughter's mischievous disappearance. When Elder Fu Bai talked about the eldest daughter, he felt both a headache and a doting expression. The eldest daughter of the giant devil clan, Feng Shuyan, was really a little trouble. A little trouble that made people feel sorry for her and could not bear to hurt her. Chapter 449. There were many teleportation arrays in the northern Yang country. There was no need for Ning Fan to personally fly across the 70 million li of the country. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan and the others had already arrived at the northern Liang province. Zhao Shuai and the others went to the clan to hand over the ice ginseng and complete their mission. Under Great Elder Fu Bai's lead, Ning Fan, Yu Ying and Fun Fan headed to the Evening Snow Pavilion in the province. The Evening Snow Pavilion stood amidst thousands of snowy mountains, implying the meaning of 1,000 mountains of evening snow. There were layers of formation light and guards outside the pavilion. Outside the formation light, there was an ancient stele with several lines of ancient characters written on it. It was the Gu Tua demonic text. What is love in the world? It teaches you to live and die together. Two travelers from all over the world, how many times have my wings returned to winter and summer? Joy is fun, parting is bitter, and there are even infatuated children. Zhu Ningying's words, vast and boundless layers of clouds, thousands of mountains in the evening snow, only the shadow goes to who. These lines of devil characters were from a long time ago. They were signed by the giant devil progenitor. There was another line of small words at the bottom of the inscription. Giant demon six-winged, I will not give up in life or death. If you become the devil's slave, I will follow you. From these words, one could see that the giant demon ancestor was an infatuated person. He was trapped by love but never regretted it. Ning Fan's impression of the giant devil clan deepened. This clan was indeed a devil clan that valued relationships. He also noticed that the giant demon progenitor had mentioned the giant demon six-winged. Perhaps the monarch referred to the six-winged progenitor, whereas the Wuxia referred to the giant devil progenitor. The progenitor of the giant devil clan is actually a woman. Ning Fan said in surprise. From this small tablet, he could guess the gender of the giant demon progenitor. From the sentence if you become a devil slave, I will naturally follow you, Ning Fan had some guesses in his mind. Perhaps great Emperor Mo Luo had subdued the 4 great devil slaves before six-winged giant devil. Lu Yi became a demon slave, and the giant demon progenitor became disheartened. He willingly became a slave and followed Lu Yi. If Ning Fan's guess was correct, the ancestor of the giant devil clan was an infatuated woman. Ning Fan was just thinking about this kind of secret and did not really care about it. Yuan Fun, on the other hand, felt a little sad when they saw the farewell poem on the tablet. After all, they were women. The group followed First Elder Fu Bai into the evening snow pavilion. A solemn and cold atmosphere suddenly spread out from the evening snow pavilion, and they could faintly hear some arguments. Along the way, Ning Fan had already been told the whole story by Fu Bai. Thus, he naturally knew what was going on in the evening snow pavilion. The king of Shirlu country, a void-grade cultivation country of the rain world, came to the giant devil clan. Shi Kuan, the country lord of Shirlu country, was a void glimpse stage cultivator. At the same time, he possessed a strong physical body at the first level of the golden body realm. He had cultivated a fiend god cultivation method called the ghost stone divine vein to the point of perfection. Under dual cultivation of body and magic power, there were rarely any void glimpse stage cultivators who were his match at the same level as him. He claimed that he came to the giant devil clan to look for Feng Shuiyan so that she could help him inscribe devil marks on himself. Feng Shuiyan was the eldest daughter of the giant devil clan. At the same time, she was also an inscription master whose name shook the entire internal sea. Ever since she was born, she had contracted a strange illness. Her body was constantly feverish and she was unable to cultivate. Her cultivation was only at the 10th level of the vein-opening realm. She was sickly and said to be mute. She often needed large amounts of pseudo-desolate beast monster cores to refine into devil cores to prolong her life. This young lady had been a loner since she was young. However, no one knew why she was born with the inscription technique. Many body cultivators requested her to inscribe devil marks on their juniors. If she was willing to inscribe devil marks, she could inscribe any kind of general rank devil marks on you. She had even inscribed a martial rank devil mark on a senior and became famous for a while. If she was unwilling to inscribe devil marks on you, she would hide herself and refuse to see anyone. Even though her cultivation base was low, she was especially good at hiding herself. She would not reveal any trace of her chi. No one could find her and they could only wait for her to show herself. This was indeed a strange thing. This time, Feng Shuiyan was initially unwilling to inscribe devil marks on herself. However, Shirlu country was too powerful and the giant devil clan could not afford to offend them. In order to prevent her father from being troubled, she agreed to inscribe devil marks on Shi Kuan's son. However, on the day of the inscription, she suddenly went back on her word and hid herself. This matter made the country lord of Shirlu country furious. He demanded an explanation from the giant devil clan. Why did the giant devil clan go back on their word? Venerable Giant also had a headache because of this daughter of his. However, he knew that his daughter would not throw a tantrum when it came to major matters. There was a rumor that the night before Feng Shuian went back on her word, the son of the country lord of Shiluk country had sneaked into her bedroom. After learning about this news, Venerable Giant was inwardly furious. He had already guessed that Feng Shuian's sudden disappearance must have something to do with the son of Shiluk country. After that, a dispute broke out between both parties. The country lord of Shiluk country proposed to either hand over Feng Shuian and let her inscribe the devil marks on his son to fulfill the agreement between both parties. Otherwise, the giant devil clan must compensate Shiluk country. As for the compensation that the country lord of Shiluk country wanted, it was actually the void inquiry pill that the giant devil clan had given him as the reward for completing the mission. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he could tell that something was fishy just by listening to Fu Bai's rough description. The reason why the country lord of Shiluk country came to the giant devil clan to inscribe devil marks on his son was probably because he wanted the void inquiry pill. Didn't the country lord of Shiluk country need a void inquiry pill to break through to the void inquiry stage? This person was a void glimpse stage old monster. Moreover, he was an unrivaled expert among void glimpse stage experts. The giant devil clan could not afford to offend Shiluk country. However, Ning Fan's strength, spiritual puppets and Yu Lingkong were much stronger than Shiluk country in every aspect. Later on, I hope that fellow Taoist can show up and intimidate the country lord of Shiluk country on behalf of our giant devil clan. At the same time, let him know that the giant devil clan is not to be trifled with. Then, he can put away some of his schemes. Fu Bai requested. Don't worry. I will still take action this time even if it's for Qiling's sake. I know what I'm doing. However, I have a question. I've heard of a rumor before. Isn't there a void pierce stage expert in the giant devil clan? Why are you afraid of a void glimpse stage expert? Cough cough. Fellow Taoist must be joking. This news is definitely a rumor. The members of our giant devil clan are weak and feeble. How can we have a void pierce stage expert? Fu Bai let out a few dry coughs. His expression did not change but a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. Ning Fan caught it. What is he surprised about? Could it be that the giant devil clan really has a void pierce stage expert? However, if they really have a void pierce stage expert, would they stand by and watch the giant devil clan being bullied by others? Even though he was not sure if there was a void pierce stage expert in the giant devil clan, he was certain of one thing. Even though he was not sure if there was a void pierce stage expert in the giant devil clan, he was certain of one thing. Fortunately, both of them did not hold any grudges against each other. Even if the giant devil clan had their own secrets, they would not target him. In the evening snow pavilion, venerated giant, Zhu Qing and old ancestor Dong Su were sitting on the main seats. Su Qiuling and a few elders of the giant devil clan were sitting below them. 7 people were sitting on the guest seats. The leader of the group was a burly man in yellow robes. His muscles were strong and muscular and he looked strong and courageous. He was none other than the king of Shiluk country, Shi Kun. His body was flowing with a vast aura force, making the air feel oppressive. Beside Shi Kun sat a yellow-faced young man. His appearance was not bad but he was skinny and weak, as if his body had been hollowed out by alcohol and women. He was not a good man. His cultivation base was at the peak nascent soul realm. He was Shi Kun's son. As for the other 5 people, they were the guardians of Shiluk country. Each of them had a terrifying cultivation base of the half-step void refinement realm. Zhu Qing, I made an agreement with you to tattoo the devil marks on my son. My son came all the way to the endless sea from 800 cultivation countries. You've accepted my generous gift but you returned. You've embarrassed me. Your giant devil clan must give me an explanation. Otherwise, your clan will be annihilated. Humph. What kind of explanation do you want? Venerated Giant's eyes were cold and his tone was filled with anger. Hand over Feng Shuiyan or, the Void Inquiry Pill within 3 days. Shi Kun said firmly. He. Could it be that the reason why the country lord of Shi Lu country went through so much trouble to come to the Endless Sea was to seize the Void Inquiry Pill of the Giant Devil clan? Old Ancestor Dong Su's eyes were filled with mockery. He was not a fool. To be exact, none of the people in the room were fools. Everyone could see that this series of events was planned by the country lord of Shi Lu country. His goal was to seize the Void Inquiry Pill. Humph. I'm talking to Zhu Qing. Who do you think you are? How dare you interrupt us? The country lord of Shi Lu country suddenly stood up and took a step forward. A vast aura force that could collapse mountains and crack the earth swept across the area and pressed down on Zhu Qing and Dong Su. With just one strike, the two of them let out a muffled groan. Their eyes were filled with shock and they coughed out blood. Their injuries were not light. Zhu Qing and Dong Su had never thought that the country lord of Shi Lu country would actually be so strong. He could injure half-step void refinement realm experts with just his aura force. The 7 venerated experts of the internal sea were not even worth mentioning compared to the country lord of Shi Lu country. This person was unrivaled among void glimpse stage experts. Even though Zhu Qing knew that this person was plotting against the Giant Devil clan, he was still powerless to fight against him. Could it be that I have no choice but to open the secret place and ask the 8 ancestors for help? However, what the 8 ancestors are planning is only to solve the problem of the slave marks of my Giant Devil clan and let our ancestors escape from the abyss of suffering. If I open the secret place, the efforts of the 8 generations of ancestors will be wasted. Zhu Qing clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. No way. I must not let the Void Inquiry Pill affect the great plan of the 8 ancestors. However, he was really reluctant to give away the Void Inquiry Pill. It was not that he was reluctant to give away the pill itself. Instead, it was because he still hoped to use the pill to save his daughter. The reason why he organized the pill ceremony was to find 3 pill refinement masters and borrow the 3 talents devil-devouring formation to concoct a pill together to save Feng Shuiyan's life. He had a total of 3 Void Inquiry pills. All of them were pills passed down by his ancestors as a reward for inviting the pill refinement masters. The country lord of Shi Lu country obviously coveted the Void Inquiry Pill. If he was given a pill, this matter would certainly be resolved. However, without a Void Inquiry Pill as a reward, Zhu Qing did not have the confidence to take out other good items to invite the pill refinement masters. This time, the pill refinement masters he wanted to invite must be at least high-grade 5th Revolution pill refinement masters. Pill refinement masters of this level were all famous masters in the Rain world. Each of them was proud and arrogant. Without paying a huge price, why would they concoct pills for Feng Shuiyan? Could it be that I have no choice but to give Shi Kun a Void Inquiry Pill? Zhu Qing clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He was a dignified man, the leader of a clan and the indomitable Devil Lord. Today, he had no choice but to lower his head. If it wasn't for the great plan of the 8 ancestors and to wash away the humiliation of his ancestors, Zhu Qing would rather die than lower his head. All right. I'll give you the pill. Zhu Qing gritted his teeth. After saying those words, his expression became dejected. His original image of a middle-aged burly man instantly became much older. Old ancestor Dong Su watched his old friend being humiliated, but he was powerless to help. His heart was filled with anger, but there was nothing he could say. He could only sigh. The country lord of Shi Lu country sneered. The Void Inquiry Pill was finally in his hands. Before he received the Void Inquiry Pill, Su Qiuling stood up gracefully. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disdain as she glanced at Shi Kun. Country Lord Shi Kun, the Void Inquiry Pill is little sister Shuiyan's life-saving item. I can't give it to you. Humph. Who do you think you are? How dare a half-step divine transformation realm junior but into my business? Shi Kuan's eyes turned cold. His aura force pressed down on Su Qiuling like raging waves. That aura force was enough to injure Ju Qing and Dong Su. However, when it landed on Su Qiuling, it was like a gentle breeze. It did not cause any damage to her at all. Strange. Extremely strange. Shi Kuan's expression turned slightly surprised. His aura force that was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts actually did not hurt Su Qiuling at all. How was this possible? What puzzled him the most was that Su Qiuling, a mere half-step divine transformation realm junior, actually did not have the slightest fear in her eyes when she looked at him. There was only contempt. This junior is actually not afraid of me. She can even ignore my aura force. Shi Kuan's heart shuddered. His eyes gradually turned cold. Shi Kuan would never know that Su Qiuling had never been a timid woman. On the contrary, she was very bold. She was indifferent to life and death. There was almost nothing in this world that could make her feel fear or bend her back. In this life, she was the Princess Mystic Flower physique. In her previous life, she was the monarch of flowers and plants. Her cultivation base was not high, but she inherited the aura force of the flower monarch in her previous life. Even a void fragmentation realm expert might not be able to subdue Su Qiuling with his aura force, let alone a void glimpse stage old monster like Shi Kuan. She was such an extraordinary woman. Humph. I didn't expect you to have such an evil method to resist my aura force. All right. I've decided. Today, I will not only ask for the Void Inquiry Pill as compensation but also bring you away to study the secrets of your body. You will also be considered as the compensation of the giant devil clan to me. Shi Kuan's words enraged all the cultivators of the giant devil clan on the scene. However, his words could not make Su Qiuling fearful at all. You can't touch me. You can't afford to offend my man. Ha! Ridiculous. Who is your man? I can't afford to offend him. Shi Kuan seemed to have heard something ridiculous. At the next moment, a terrifying baleful qi came from outside the pavilion, causing him to be unable to laugh anymore. I'm Zhou Ming. I'm her man. You can't afford to offend her. Chapter 450. It was an earth-shattering baleful aura that carried with it the aura of slaughtering the common people. In the face of this baleful qi, Shi Kuan felt his breathing become sluggish. His qi instantly became chaotic. There seemed to be an illusion of a sea of blood appearing in front of his eyes. Each of the sea of blood was filled with the experts he had killed before. Along the way, countless vein opening, harmonious spirit, gold core, nascent soul, and spirit-severing realm cultivators were buried in this sea of evil qi, turning into traces of evil qi. This wave of baleful qi actually contained the ferocious might of the deaths of dozens of void refinement realm experts. Moreover, there was also the baleful qi left behind by void inquiry stage old monsters. Shi Kuan let out a loud shout and released all the mana in his body. Pieces of green stone scales appeared on his body. Just now, he was barely able to block the pressure, but he was already sweating profusely and shocked. He couldn't imagine what kind of powerhouse could have killed so many powerhouses and accumulated such a shocking amount of evil energy. Could it be an unrivaled void inquiry stage old monster? How could Shi Kuan dare to offend an old monster of that level? Shi Kuan was only barely able to block the baleful aura. His son and the 5 imperial advisors he brought were directly injured by the baleful aura. The 5 half-step void refinement realm imperial advisors were bleeding from their mouths and teeth. Their primordial spirits were in excruciating pain. Shi Kuan's son had the lowest cultivation base. He was only at the peak nascent soul realm. Among the young geniuses of the current Rain world, he might be considered as a heavenly pride. However, in Ning Fan's eyes, he was just a speck of dust, an ant. Shirkuan's son felt as if he had suffered a heavy blow to his chest. The immortal veins in his body were broken and the 1,000-year-old snowwood chair that he was sitting on was directly shattered by the baleful qi. He knelt on the ground and coughed out blood incessantly. He was almost killed by Ning Fan's baleful qi. Zhu Qin, Dong Su, and several giant devil elders were also shocked. Ning Fan's baleful qi did not suppress them. However, just sensing the ferocious might of his baleful qi made them feel suffocated. Many gazes were fixed on the young man who was slowly walking into the evening snow pavilion. All of them were filled with disbelief. It's Ning Fan. However, even Dong Su, who had a deep understanding of Ning Fan, could not imagine that the current Ning Fan had already become this strong. Only Su Qiuling's eyes were still as calm as before. Her clear and cold eyes were staring at Ning Fan. Her smile was like a crescent moon, which was so beautiful that it could move one's soul. Big brother, you're back. Come back, not come, it was because wherever she was, the edge of the world would be his home. No matter where he goes, it would be his home. I'll take care of this matter. You can rest assured. For your sake, I can guarantee the safety of the giant devil today. No one will be able to hurt him. Ning Fan nodded at Su Qiuling with a smile. Then, he left Elder Fu Bai and the two ladies behind and walked towards Shirkuan alone. Every step he took felt like he was stepping on the great Tao. With every step, an even sharper aura would rise and stab towards Shirkuan. Seeing Ning Fan walking towards him step by step, Shirkuan's face turned as grim as iron. He could already tell that Ning Fan was not a void inquiry stage old monster like he had imagined. Instead, he was just a half-step void refinement realm expert. Thinking that he was frightened by a divine transformation realm junior, thinking that a divine transformation realm junior dared to ruin his plan, dared to hurt his son, the Imperial Master, Shirkuan's expression became even more gloomy, his killing intent surging. Zhou Ming. The newly appointed revered elder of the Rain Palace. Humph. A mere soul formation venerable elder actually dares to be rude to me, courting death. Do you know that even the Void Refinement Realm Palace Lord of the Rain Palace has to treat me as an equal? Who do you think you are? Shirkuan was not a member of the Rain Palace. Even though he had heard about Ning Fan's identity as a revered elder of the Rain Palace, he did not know how highly regarded Ning Fan was by the Rain Sovereign. Currently, Shirkuan only wanted to obtain the Void Inquiry Pill. After seeing Ning Fan's true cultivation base, he no longer put him in his eyes. Ning Fan stopped walking and stared at Shirkuan coldly from a distance of 3 zhang. Shirkuan also released his aura force. After all, he was an old monster who was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts. When he unleashed his full aura force, he certainly would not lose to Ning Fan. With a flick of his sleeves, he helped his son up. Looking at the severe injuries of his son whose immortal veins were completely destroyed, Shirkuan's killing intent towards Ning Fan rose to another level. Father, kill him. Crush the giant devil clan and avenge me. His son said viciously. Don't worry. Even if I offend the Zhou clan today and the Rain Palace will punish me severely, I will still annihilate the giant devil clan and avenge you. Stone killing technique. Shirkuan tossed his half-crippled son to the 5 imperial advisors. With a wave of his hand, he displayed a teleportation technique and sent the imperial advisors and the others 100,000 li away. Then, he took a step forward. With the immense strength of his golden body, he stomped on the ground. The force of his stomp turned into an unimaginable destructive storm, directly turning the entire evening snow pavilion into dust. The destructive force was still spreading. Within 100,000 li, countless snowy mountains were destroyed by Shirkuan's stomp. After that tremendous force spread, countless broken rocks on the ground seemed to be possessed by ghosts. They gathered together and formed several gigantic rock arms. Each of them was 1,000 zhang tall. Tens of thousands of rock arms stretched out from the ground. They clenched into fists and hurled themselves at Ning Fan and the others. Each of the gigantic rock fists was powerful enough to kill a divine transformation realm expert. When tens of thousands of gigantic rock fists attacked at the same time, even a void refinement realm old monster would find it hard to survive. Such a terrifying magic technique fluctuation caused the land within 70 million li of the entire cold northern country to tremble slightly as if there was an earthquake. Countless cultivators soared into the sky and looked in the direction of the province of the cold northern country. How could they not know that there were experts fighting in that direction? Each of the old monsters used the teleportation formation within the country to rush to the province. The old monsters who were near the battlefield also turned into rays of traveling light and flew towards the battlefield to find out what was going on. Many of the old monsters who hurried to the battlefield were shocked and exclaimed in surprise when they saw Shirkuan summoning tens of thousands of rock arms. Isn't this man Shirkuan, the king of Shirlu country? Why did he appear in the endless sea? This is the technique that Shirkuan is proud of, the stone-killing technique. Shirkuan cultivates the ghost stone divine veins which allows him to control tens of thousands of rocks with the power of ghosts and gods. In the past, he severely injured an early void refinement realm expert with just a single move of the stone-killing technique. He actually used such a terrifying magic technique in the territory of the giant devil clan. Could it be that he wants to destroy the entire clan? Shirkuan is an unrivaled expert among the Void Glimpse stage experts. In the entire Rain world, he is a famous old monster. Why would he come to the giant devil clan to cause trouble? The two of them have nothing to do with each other. There shouldn't be any hatred between them. This doesn't make sense. Say, do you guys think it's because of the Void Inquiry pill? Cough. The giant devil clan does not have a void refinement realm expert, but they still held the pill ceremony on their own and invited pill refinement grandmasters to help them complete their missions. They even took out a mid-grade 6th revolution pill as a reward. TSK. A mid-grade 6th revolution void inquiry pill. This is something that will drive many void glimpse stage old monsters crazy. Sigh, it doesn't matter why Shirkuan has enmity with the giant demon clan. Since he has made a move, the giant demon clan will definitely be exterminated today. There is no need to watch anymore. This elixir ceremony can no longer be held. All of us have come to the giant demon clan to watch the ceremony in vain. All the old monsters sighed, but no one thought that the giant demon clan could withstand Shirkuan's anger. Under Shirkuan's control, tens of thousands of stone arms clenched into fists and smashed down. The tremendous power was enough to flatten mountains and rivers. Zhu Qin, Dong Su, and all the other giant devil elders knew that this technique was not something they could defend against when they saw how powerful it was. Su Qiuling, Yu Lingkong and Fen Qi, on the other hand, were calm and composed. Each of them had endless confidence in Ning Fan. They did not think that Ning Fan would lose to Shirkuan at all. You don't have to do anything this time. Let me do it. All of you, retreat further away. Ning Fan pointed a finger at them. Countless traces of black smoke rolled up the people behind him and sent them out of the battlefield. He raised his head and looked at the innumerable stone fists. His eyes were filled with disdain. He did not try to dodge them and just let them smash down on him. Boom boom boom, tens of thousands of fist lights engulfed Ning Fan. The ground cracked. Wind and snow flew everywhere. Smoke and dust engulfed heaven and earth. No one could clearly see whether Ning Fan was dead or alive under the fist lights. Shirkuan smiled coldly. He could clearly feel that all of the fist lights had hit Ning Fan. In his opinion, Ning Fan was dead for sure. Each of the old monsters who were watching from the side. Even though they could not see clearly and did not even know who was fighting against Shirkuan, most of them were certain that Ning Fan had died under the fist lights. The wind and snow dispersed. The smoke and dust dispersed. Above the ruins of the mountains and rivers, Ning Fan, who was wearing white robes and golden armor, slowly appeared. His black hair danced wildly like a devil. His golden armor shone brilliantly like a heavenly deity. When the tens of thousands of fist lights landed on his golden armor, it only caused faint ripples of lightning light. It could not cause any damage to the golden armor at all. Shi Kuan's expression changed drastically. When he saw the golden armor on Ning Fan's body, he was filled with disbelief. What kind of golden armor is that? It's not a magic treasure but an illusion formed by a magic technique. It's just an illusion formed by a magic technique. Yet, it easily blocked my full-powered attack. How is this possible? Shi Kuan was not a cultivator of the Endless Sea. Thus, he naturally did not know about Ning Fan's crazy battle achievements. At this moment, he began to realize that he had underestimated Ning Fan. This young man was definitely not as simple as a half-step void refinement realm cultivator. Countless old monsters stared at Ning Fan, who looked like a heavenly deity clad in golden armor. Each of them did not even dare to breathe loudly. Only then did they gradually realize that the young man who was fighting against Shi Kuan was actually the #1 devil lord of the Endless Sea. Ning Fan! Exclamations rose again. However, this time, not everyone supported Shi Kuan's victory. It's venerated Ming. That young man who looks like a heavenly deity clad in golden armor is definitely venerated Ming. There's no doubt about it. Is venerated Ming standing up for the giant devil clan? Venerated Ming's infamy is not any lower than Shi Kuan's. Look! Isn't that venerated moon standing over there? Cough cough. Venerated Ming, venerated moon and 4 void glimpse staged spiritual puppets. It seems like Shi Kuan will be the unlucky one this time. Venerated moon doesn't seem to want to make a move, and venerated Ming doesn't seem to want to summon his puppet either. Do they want to fight with Shi Kuan with their own strength? Even though revered Ming had once killed Lu Jiefan with a single punch, Shi Kuan is an unrivaled expert among void glimpse stage experts. He is completely not on the same level as Lu Jiefan. It's hard to predict the outcome of this battle. However, venerated Ming's golden armor seems a little familiar. This old man seems to have heard of it somewhere before. That's right, this is. The devils of the Endless Sea were all shocked, and their eyes were burning. They remembered what the golden armor was. This is the armor of primordial lightning. This was the supreme technique that made the Thunder Sovereign famous. It's rumored that the armor of primordial thunder is extremely difficult to cultivate. Other than the Thunder Sovereign, no one in the Zhou clan is able to cultivate it to the level of golden armor or above. To think that revered Ming has actually done it. For revered Ming to possess such a technique, it further proves that the Zhou clan has a close relationship with revered Ming. We cannot afford to offend him. For him to be able to cultivate this technique to such a level, it shows that his talent is shocking and unparalleled. The Thunder Sovereign's secret technique is actually going to flourish in the hands of revered Ming. As the devils of the Endless Sea, there was no one who did not admire the Thunder Sovereign. It was a kind of worship that was close to fanaticism. Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou had fought against the 3 sovereigns of the Sword World all by himself without being defeated. He had made a name for himself, and his name had once spread far and wide in the Rain World. He was a legendary expert. The fact that the secret technique of such an expert appeared in Ning Fan's body made countless old monsters excited. At this moment, countless old monsters even wondered if Ning Fan would become the next Thunder Sovereign Bu Zhou after 10,000 years, since he was so ferocious. We must befriend this young man. We must never offend him. His future is immeasurable. With the lightning armor protecting his body, Ning Fan stood firmly under the attacks of the stone fists. He was as steady as a mountain. Looking at the tens of thousands of stone fists that continued to attack him, Ning Fan's eyes flashed with cold light. Layers of illusory black dragons appeared on his arms. Heaven and earth were filled with the roars of angry dragons. Void technique, double dragon. When he punched out, the black dragons would fall. When he punched out with both punches, heaven and earth would die. At the moment when he punched out, Ning Fan's right arm shone with golden light. His strength actually did not lose to the first level of the golden body realm. Under the enhancement of the corpse devil body, even though his strength was not as strong as the second level of the golden body realm, it was still slightly stronger than Shirkuan, who was a senior body cultivator. Rumble.an unparalleled fist light blasted out. Tens of thousands of stone arms were crushed by Ning Fan's fists. Shirkuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The countless stone arms that he had formed with his full strength were actually destroyed by Ning Fan with a single punch. He did not want to admit it, but he had no choice but to admit that Ning Fan's body refinement realm was actually slightly higher than his. Not good. While he was in a daze, Ning Fan's figure flashed and suddenly disappeared. Then, he appeared behind Shirkuan. A strong sense of danger filled his heart. It made Shirkuan suddenly turn his head and collide with Ning Fan's fist bones. Rumble, both of their fists collided with each other. Both of them used their full strength. Ning Fan took a few steps back continuously. He was inwardly surprised. Shirkuan's body refinement realm was not ordinary. Perhaps his strength could be considered as above average among the first level of the golden body realm. He only took a few steps back, but Shirkuan had taken hundreds of steps back. Every step he took, he would cough out a mouthful of blood. Every step he took would shatter countless mountains and rivers. He had actually suffered serious injuries during the exchange of blows with Ning Fan. How is this possible? Shirkuan could not imagine that not only was his physical body weaker than Ning Fan's, but it was also not just by a little bit. He could not understand why Ning Fan's physical body was so strong even though he had not completely broken through to the golden body realm. Chapter 451. After injuring Shirkuan with a single punch, Ning Fan's long hair fluttered in the wind. He approached Shirkuan in a ray of traveling light and fought against him with the strength of his physical body. Shirkuan became even more astonished. Every time his punches and kicks collided with Ning Fan, he would feel as if he was hit by 1,000 mountains, causing his chest and abdomen to hurt. He had always been proud of the fact that he was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage cultivators in both body and magic power. He was especially proud of the strength of his physical body. Today, however, his magic power was obviously higher than Ning Fan's, but he lost to him in terms of physical strength. How could he remain calm? The green stone scales on his body were shattered by Ning Fan one after another. Seeing that the injuries on his physical body were worsening, Shirkuan's eyes turned ruthless. He suddenly threw a punch at Ning Fan, using the force of the collision to increase the distance between them. He patted his storage pouch and took out a black jade bottle. With a pained expression, he crushed the jade bottle. There was only a drop of black liquid in the jade bottle. As the jade bottle was crushed, it flowed out. It was as viscous as blood and filled with vast energy. Shirkuan sucked it into his stomach and refined it. All of a sudden, strange black scales appeared on Shirkuan's physical body. His chi became even more gloomy. However, his physical body was slightly stronger than before. It was now almost on par with Ning Fan's. Ning Fan's eyes turned cold. He could naturally tell that the black liquid was some kind of secret blood medicine that could increase the strength of one's physical body within a short period of time. Many old monsters in the surroundings sucked in a cold breath. Obviously, they had recognized the origin of the black liquid. The core blood of a sovereign beast. There's no mistake. This is the core blood of a sovereign beast. It's demon blood that is secretly refined from the demon core of a sovereign beast. The energy contained in a drop of the core blood of a sovereign beast is almost equivalent to that of a sovereign beast's demon core. What? A sovereign beast? That's a ferocious beast comparable to a void fragmentation realm expert. The energy contained in the core blood of a sovereign beast is violent. Even a void refinement realm old monster would need to use countless spiritual herbs to harmonize the energy in order to refine a drop of the core blood of a sovereign beast. Even if Shirkuan is unrivaled among void glimpse stage experts, it's impossible for him to directly consume the core blood of a sovereign beast. You're right. This isn't the true core blood of a sovereign beast. It has already been diluted. It has probably only been 100% of its energy. That's why Shirkuan could directly consume it. Even if it is a diluted sovereign beast core blood, its value is still immeasurable. I didn't expect Shirkuan to be so fearful of venerated Ming. They had just exchanged blows for a short while, and he had already started to consume the secret medicine. Just like what the old monsters had said, the value of a sovereign beast's core blood was immeasurable. If it wasn't because Ning Fan had pushed him too hard, Shirkuan would certainly not be willing to consume this bottle of diluted core blood. He had once found the corpse of a sovereign beast in some ruins by chance. He dug out a beast core from the corpse and used a secret technique to refine a drop of sovereign beast core blood. For golden body cultivators, imperial beast core blood was a rare body tempering treasure. Shirkuan had kept that drop of sovereign beast core blood in his storage pouch all this time, keeping it close to him. He could not bear to give it to anyone. He was only willing to dilute a bit of core blood from the core blood and store it in a jade bottle as a secret medicine to temporarily increase his strength at a critical moment. If it wasn't for the fact that his physical body was weaker than Ning Fan's, he would definitely not be willing to consume this secret medicine. After consuming the secret medicine, Shirkuan's entire body was covered with black scales. His strength increased tremendously. Both of his fists were wide open, carrying an unparalleled aura force. He actually managed to block Ning Fan's attacks. As the battle continued, Shirkuan's aura force became stronger and stronger. Even though he had a bad character, his strength was not to be underestimated. He was definitely a famous figure in the Rain world. Stone sword, slash. Shirkuan's aura force reached its peak. His eyes flashed with brutal killing intent. He made a grabbing motion with one of his hands. Countless broken stones on the ground suddenly flew up and condensed into a gigantic green stone sword. That gigantic green stone sword was also condensed by a magic technique. It was a low-grade mortal void magic technique. As soon as the sword light condensed, Shirkuan raised his sword and slashed. A green sword light swept across heaven and earth. The vast sky of tens of thousands of li was cut into pieces by the sword light, revealing the dark and gloomy hollow space. That ray of sword light was enough to kill any cultivator below the void refinement realm. Countless cultivators who were watching the battle held their breaths. However, Ning Fan was not bothered by such a powerful sword light at all. With the dazzling golden armor protecting his body, Ning Fan was like an ancient deity. He let the sword light slash on his golden armor without dodging at all. The slash of the sword light gave off a heaven-destroying and earth-shattering sound. The sword chi that leaked out pierced through countless layers of clouds. However, no matter how sharp the sword light was, it could not leave a single scratch on the golden armor. Ning Fan remained unscathed after taking on Shirkuan's slash head-on. The sturdiness of the primordial lightning armor once again shocked the world. Countless old monsters were speculating that perhaps even Void Inquiry stage old monsters would not be able to break through such a sturdy lightning armor. As long as Ning Fan has the lightning armor, Shirkuan would not be able to hurt him at all. In this battle, Ning Fan was already in an invincible position. Shirkuan fell into deep astonishment. He could not believe that he, a dignified old monster who was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts, could not hurt a half-step Void Refinement Realm Junior. How could this be possible? Art of Self-Manifestation. Ning Fan took a step forward. Golden light shone around his body and condensed into two golden shadows. The two golden shadows were both at the first level of the golden body refining realm. One man and two shadows surrounded Shi Kun in an instant and launched their strongest attacks without mercy. Patches of the vast sky were shattered by the two shadows. Shi Kun, who was at the center of the attacks, managed to block Ning Fan's attacks with his gigantic bluestone sword. However, his body was continuously hit by the two golden shadows, causing his injuries to gradually worsen. What kind of identity did he have? He was a dignified void refinement realm old monster who could move unhindered in the rain world and the lord of a void-grade cultivation country. However, he was actually beaten to such a sorry state by a junior. How could he tolerate that? Zhou Ming, don't you go too far. The matter between me and the giant devil clan has nothing to do with you at all. Why do you have to interfere? I won't accept this. Shi Kun coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood essence. His gigantic bluestone sword gave off an extremely dangerous and ferocious light. With a horizontal slash, the sky was cut into pieces and the earth was split into two. That was Shi Kun's furious attack. With his strength that was unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts, it was already infinitely close to a Void Pierce stage attack. Such a powerful slash still could not break the lightning armor's defense. Ning Fan remained unscathed. The two golden shadows, on the other hand, had one of their arms and one of their legs severed by Shi Kun's furious slash. Both of them were already severely injured. Shi Kun laughed complacently. His eyes were filled with madness and ferocity. Each of these golden shadows was at the first level of the golden body refining realm. They had the strength of an ordinary void refinement realm expert. But so what? Under Shi Kun's furious attack, even the golden shadows could only sustain severe injuries. Each of the old monsters who were watching the scene felt their hearts palpitate. The destructive power of that furious slash was enough to severely injure or even kill an ordinary Void Glimpse stage expert. Shi Kun's strength was indeed worthy of his reputation. The title of being unrivaled among Void Glimpse stage experts was definitely not groundless. Ning Fan's eyes turned slightly solemn. This Shi Kun was indeed very strong. If it was before he entered the Black Lightning Tower, he would certainly not be his opponent. However, after experiencing the trials in the Black Lightning Tower, Ning Fan's combat power had skyrocketed even though his cultivation base did not improve. Both his offensive and defensive techniques had improved tremendously. People like Shi Kun were no longer worthy of his attention. In his devil form, Ning Fan could kill a Void Inquiry stage expert. Facing Shi Kun, Ning Fan did not even need to transform into his devil form. He was very confident that he could kill Shi Kun on the spot. You've gone too far. Zhou Ming. You're just a revered elder of the Rain Palace. How dare you offend me? You deserve to die. Shi Kun raised his sword and thrust it at Ning Fan. He did not believe that he could not break the defense of Ning Fan's lightning armor. So what if I've bullied you? Ning Fan's black hair danced wildly in the air. His eyes flashed with a cold light. His right palm shone with thousands of rays of golden light and he slammed his palm on Shi Kun's gigantic green stone sword. The force of that single slap was earth-shattering. Countless hollow spaces were forcefully shattered. When Shi Kun's sword was suddenly slapped by Ning Fan, he only felt an unparalleled force colliding with his sword. His gigantic sword immediately shattered. At the same time, the injuries of the two severely injured golden shadows behind him strangely healed in an instant. Then, they launched heavy attacks at Shi Kun's back. Boom boom, two rays of fist light landed on Shi Kun's back, shattering the black scale armor on his back. He fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. He stared at the two golden shadows with extreme shock and anger. His face was filled with disbelief. How could this be? I've clearly severely injured your two golden shadows. Why can these two golden shadows recover in an instant? Shi Kun had no idea that these golden shadows were the product of the self-manifestation technique. Unless they were killed in a single blow, they could instantly recover no matter how severe their injuries were. With a loud bang, he crashed into the ground. His body created a gigantic pit that was several thousand zhang in size. When he crawled up from the pit, he was severely injured but he was still alive. He was indeed worthy of his strength that was unrivaled among void glimpse stage experts. He raised his head and looked at Ning Fan. His eyes were filled with madness. A terrifying aura force spread out from his body. He had decided to use his strongest trump card to determine the victor of this battle. All the rocks on the ground beneath his feet began to move. It was extremely strange. Shi Kuan's body emitted waves of evil ghostly light. His body began to grow in size in an instant. Tao of Ghost Stone, Stone God True Body. In just a few breaths' time, Shi Kuan's body grew to 5,000 zhang tall, turning into a green stone giant. He held an ancient green stone shield in his left hand and a gigantic green stone sword in his right. He let out a furious roar like an ancient god. At this moment, Shi Kuan's combat power was already infinitely close to the Void Inquiry stage. This is the Fiend God True Body. Each of the old monsters who were watching the battle was so shocked that they could not utter a single word. Some of them did not know the method of Shi Kuan's magic technique. Thus, they chose to remain silent. Some of them recognized the essence of this magic technique. It was too shocking and they could not believe it. Many fiend god cultivation methods had secret techniques that allowed one to transform into a giant. However, there were also different levels of them. An ordinary giant transformation could only be called the giant body. Even though their physical bodies were strong, they could not display the abilities of the ancient fiend gods. However, if one could cultivate the giant body to the extreme, they could cultivate the true body and possess the abilities of the ancient fiend gods. They could even have the chance to imitate the ancient divine weapons of the ancient fiend gods. Shi Kuan's son, who was almost killed by Ning Fan, looked at his father who had turned into a giant with a face full of pride and admiration. Imperial Advisor, you guys look. This is my father's strongest trump card, the Stone God True Body. The cultivation method that my father cultivates is a fiend god cultivation method called Ghost Stone Divine Technique. It is rumored to be a cultivation method left behind by a revered god of the ancient stone clan. Not only did my father cultivate the stone god True Body, but he also imitated the ancient divine weapons of that revered god. Look, the stone sword and stone shield that my father is holding are the divine weapons of that revered god. With these divine weapons in hand, no matter how strong that Zhou Ming is, he will not be a match for my father. Shi Kuan's son did not conceal his voice at all. Those who were paying attention could hear him. Looking at Shi Kuan, who had turned into a giant, they became even more fearful. From afar, an elderly man in golden robes and 5 pill masters were standing in the sky, watching the battle. The 5 pill masters were the pill masters of the Scarlet Heaven Palace who were severely injured by Ning Fan. As for the elderly man in golden robes, he was the palace lord of the Scarlet Heaven Palace, Missouri Xiu. Mo Xiu's eyes swept across the battlefield. When he passed by Ning Fan, a hint of anger flashed across his eyes. However, due to the Rain Sovereign's order, he suppressed his anger. His eyes swept across the giant Shi Kuan and for the first time, his expression turned solemn. The fiend god True Body, huh? Humph. This Shi Kuan is really impressive. He has actually cultivated the fiend god True Body and even imitated 2 ancient divine weapons. Even this old man would need to spend some effort to defeat Shi Kuan. There's no need to watch anymore. Unless that Zhou Ming has a Void Inquiry stage cultivation base, he will definitely die today. Yu Lingkong was anxious. She did not expect that Shi Kuan had cultivated the fiend god True Body. Little Cucumber was really in danger now. She wanted to save him. Even Su Qiuling, who was usually calm, revealed a worried expression. She felt uneasy. Fun Qi was also worried about Ning Fan. It was not easy for her to fall in love with a man. How could she bear to see him in danger? However, no matter how worried the three ladies were, none of them intervened in Ning Fan's battle. That was the battlefield that belonged to Ning Fan. What they should do now was to trust Ning Fan. They believed that he would win. They believed that he would not lose. If you are like an eagle, I will accompany you to conquer the world. If you are defeated, I will accompany you to make a comeback. Shi Kun raised his head and laughed coldly. His voice was like thunder. Zhou Ming. Ever since I condensed the stone god true body, this is my second time displaying it. For the first time, I used this true body to kill the strongest bandit cultivator in Shi country. His laughter did not stop. Many old monsters were extremely shocked. Shi country was once a country where bandits roamed freely. The strongest bandit leader was a void inquiry stage old monster. That bandit leader's void inquiry stage cultivation base had advanced to the next level using a secret technique. His cultivation base was superficial and he could be considered as the weakest among all void inquiry stage experts. Even so, the weakest void inquiry stage expert was still several times stronger than a void glimpse stage expert. However, that bandit leader suddenly went missing and Shi country was also wiped out by Shi Kun alone. He killed countless bandits and took over the country. No one knew that the bandit leader was killed by Shi Kun. The reason why Shi Kun told everyone about this today was to let them know that he was so strong that he could even kill a void inquiry stage expert, let alone a mere Ning Fan. The shield I hold in my left hand is called the 8-Chi shield. It can deflect all void glimpse stage magic attacks. The sword I hold in my right hand is called the 10-Fist sword. A single sword can deliver the strength of 10 void glimpse stage punches, which is comparable to a void inquiry stage attack. Zhou Ming, since you are able to die under the sword and shield of my fiend god true body, you should die without regrets. Shi Kun's laughter was unbridled as if he was confident that he could kill Ning Fan. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with impatience. He was fed up with it. The game ends here. He clawed with his 5 fingers and absorbed all the souls of the earth. His magic power was comparable to a void refinement realm expert. He coughed out a mouthful of blood essence and suddenly summoned the 7 yellow dragon jade tokens. 7 layers of yellow skies appeared with great momentum. Each of the 7 layers of yellow skies was powerful enough to injure a void inquiry stage expert and was comparable to a void inquiry stage attack. The combined power of the 7 layers of yellow skies was comparable to a void pierce stage attack. It was enough to severely injure a void inquiry stage expert and kill all void glimpse stage experts. What kind of magic treasure is this? It's impossible. You are just a divine transformation realm junior. How can you have such a magic treasure? How can you activate a magic treasure of this level? All of Shi Kun's complacency turned into panic at this moment. His 8-Chi shield could deflect all void glimpse stage attacks. However, each layer of Ning Fan's yellow skies had the destructive power of a void inquiry stage expert. The combined power of the 7 heavens was comparable to a void pierce stage attack. How could it be deflected? This is bad. We must run. The moment Ning Fan activated the Yellow Dragon's 7 tokens, all of his arrogance turned into a sense of defeat. Each of the old monsters was shocked once again. Ning Fan actually had such a powerful technique. This kind of magic treasure was enough to make Void Inquiry stage old monsters fearful. As long as he has this treasure in his hands, which Void Inquiry stage old monster would dare to provoke him? Suppress. Ning Fan pointed a finger at the sky. The 7 layers of yellow skies fell down as if the sky was collapsing. That was the true might of the heavens. The weight of the 7 layers of yellow skies was immeasurable. The tremendous force of the impact flattened countless mountains and rivers. Shi Kun waved his gigantic green stone sword and attacked desperately. Finally, he destroyed one layer of yellow skies, but it was suppressed by the other 6 layers of yellow skies. In just an instant, all of Sher Kun's muscles and bones were crushed by the yellow skies. He let out a blood-curdling scream and his giant body was crushed into a pile of meat paste. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the battlefield gradually quietened down. Sher Kun had already left his true form and was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. He did not have the strength to move at all, but he was still breathing. As for Ning Fan, he stood indifferently in front of Sher Kun and said coldly, "I've told you that you can't afford to offend me. You just don't believe me." Cough cough. Zhou Ming. Revered Elder Zhou, it's not appropriate for you to kill me. You can't. I'm the Lord of Sherlu country. I'm the Lord of the Rain Palace. Killing me is against the law of the world. You even know about the Rain Palace and the law of the world. You are the Lord of a country conferred by the Rain Palace, while I am a revered elder conferred by the Rain Sovereign. You were the one who wanted to kill me first. The one who violated the law of the world is you. Even if you are the Lord of a country, you should still be killed for trying to murder a revered elder of the Rain Palace. Boom Ning Fan took a step forward and crushed Sher Kun's head, causing his physical body to die instantly. At the same time, he pointed a finger at Sher Kun's dantian and struck his primordial spirit, which was trying to escape in a panic. The tiny primordial spirit let out a miserable shriek and died with reluctance. Ning Fan had killed the Lord of Sherlu country, Sher Kun. Not only did he kill him, but before he died, he even accused him of plotting against a revered elder of the Rain Palace and violating the law of the world. Thus, no one could hold him accountable for this matter. With a wave of his hand, Ning Fan kept Sher Kun's storage pouch and scanned it with his spirit sense. There were a lot of good items inside. What made him especially satisfied was the jade bottle which sealed the core blood of a sovereign beast. The spoils of war were very generous. The moment when Ning Fan killed Sher Kun, countless old monsters were overwhelmed with shock. What did they just see? They actually witnessed the death of a Void Refinement Realm old monster with their own eyes. Moreover, that Void Refinement Realm old monster was the Lord of Sherlu country. He was a ruthless person who had killed a Void Inquiry stage expert before. He was an unrivaled existence among Void Glimpse stage experts. He died just like that. Since Ning Fan was able to kill Sher Kun, his strength was unfathomable. All of a sudden, countless old monsters who were watching from the sidelines fell silent. Their eyes were filled with fear and trepidation when they looked at Ning Fan. Unlike these old monsters, many cultivators of the giant devil clan who rushed to the scene learned about the cause and effect of Ning Fan killing Sher Kun. Knowing that Ning Fan had saved the giant devil clan from being annihilated, each of them felt grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Venerated Ming is mighty. Their cheers resounded through the clouds and spread further and further. Eventually, it spread to the entire cold northern country. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.